Connectivity is key to the future of humanity.
Connectivity is needed for us to be able to move forward as a society.
Connective technologies really have brought collaboration globally to a completely different plane.
All good, guys. Full house.
As communicative technologies get better, our understanding of different cultures increases.
It's very important for us to connect with people from everywhere. So that's our way of maintaining our culture.
通过消除这种数字鸿沟，应该说是我们人类社会要追求的一个目标。
The digital skills are the future for now.
Technology helps deaf people connect with hearing communities.
Connectivity is vital for the progress of the global civilization.
There's this connective tissue, which is technology. We're doing something that's not been done before.
A new road into the north, made not of tarmac, but fibre cable, is putting one of the most remote communities in the world on the global map. The rollout of high-speed internet is bringing new opportunities for cultural exchange for the Inuit communities in northern Canada.
Tattooing is a process. It's a mental, physical, spiritual process. It's counseling, it's healing, and it's magic.
Epixaud is a tattoo artist who incorporates Inuit designs in her tattoos. She is helping to connect Inuit culture with the rest of the world.
What I love online is when Inuit are representing themselves for other Inuits. That's what I really love about connecting online and showing my stuff. Tattooing with traditional methods is to reawaken our ancestral physical memories. So when we do things
I work with all natural material. Bones from every animal, seal skin, walrus ivory. We have to use every piece of the animal to respect it, sacrificing its life to provide.
As communicative technologies get better, our understanding of different cultures increases.
It's very important for us to connect with people from everywhere. So that's our way of maintaining our culture.
通过消除这种数字鸿沟，应该说是我们人类社会要追求的一个目标。
The digital skills are the future for now.
Technology helps deaf people connect with hearing communities.
Connectivity is vital for the progress of the global civilization.
There's this connective tissue, which is technology. We're doing something that's not been done before.
A new road into the north, made not of tarmac, but fibre cable, is putting one of the most remote communities in the world on the global map. The rollout of high-speed internet is bringing new opportunities for cultural exchange for the Inuit communities in northern Canada.
Tattooing is a process. It's a mental, physical, spiritual process. It's counseling, it's healing, and it's magic.
Epiksaud is a tattoo artist who incorporates Inuit designs in her tattoos. She is helping to connect Inuit culture with the rest of the world.
What I love online is when Inuit are representing themselves for other Inuits. That's what I really love about connecting online and showing my stuff. Tattooing with traditional methods is to reawaken our ancestral physical memories. So when we do things culturally, it engages us more with our ancestors, and it's like we're spending time with them.
I work with all natural material. Bones from every animal, seal skin, walrus, ivory. We have to use every piece of the animal to respect it, sacrificing its life to provide for us.
Thanks to connectivity, Barbara's Inuit-inspired jewelry is admired by people around the world.
I would say the internet is the major reason why I'm successful in my visual art. It's vital.
Connective technologies work both ways. They are also enabling a famously isolated community to absorb other cultures from around the rest of the globe.
The winters here are definitely isolated and remote. They get dark. People are using it for educational purposes and especially entertainment. It just makes it easier. The nights go quicker when you're watching like streaming services and the like.
Canada is in the process of improving connectivity to its remote northern regions. The country aims to deliver high-speed internet to all citizens by 2030. For Inuit culture, this connectivity brings not only the chance to heal past wounds, but hope of renewal and revival.
The thing about the connection and the technology that we're really seeing as a benefit to our culture and traditions is that it's keeping them alive for a newer generation and it's spreading them out to a bigger audience. People from all over the world can see our culture and learn about our traditions.
We forget who we are because of our colonialistic history of our identity continuously being stripped down. The more we do this movement, the more we're able to regain our identity.
Throat singing, when we hold each other, we're connected so that way we could feel the beat, hear their breath, listen to what sound they're making.
In order for us to maintain our culture, we need to be adaptable. We need to be fluid and adjust to the customary times. So it's very important for us to connect with people from everywhere.
Across the world, connective technologies are providing transformative economic opportunities for impoverished communities. Poultry farmer Victor is from a small town in rural Kenya. For this 19-year-old, business is tough.
I usually feed my chickens with weeds because I can't get money to buy food.
Victor's poultry business is the main source of income for his family. When some of his chickens recently died from disease, it hit hard.
We were relying on those chickens for my young brothers and sister for school fees. The only hope they had were from my chickens.
For many young people trying to make a living in rural Kenya, meeting basic needs like food, health, and education can be challenging.
The most difficult thing is just job opportunities for our youth. You will find that you cannot do anything without skills. So for most of the youths, it's a challenge.
But Victor's prospects are about to change. He is applying recently acquired digital skills to lift himself and his family out of poverty.
I look for platforms which you can use to look for customers for your business.
Victor is using his phone not only to find new markets, but to learn how to better protect his chickens from disease.
I'm becoming more knowledgeable about poultry farming. My business will be enlarging.
Digital technology is offering real hope for Victor's business and for his family too.
The digital skills are the future for now.
This is the technology helping transform not only Victor's prospects, but those of an entire generation of rural youth.
Open the Excel application.
DigiTruck is a mobile training unit that travels to rural communities around Africa, offering digital education. This solar-powered classroom on wheels trains and upskills residents in areas where there are existing internet centres close by, and locals can benefit most.
Most of these people, they have zero knowledge on these digital skills because most of them have never come across a computer.
Along with 11 others, Victor will spend 4 weeks learning how to use online resources to help market his business. Others will use their newfound skills to access government job programs. By bringing more opportunities to rural areas, DigiTruck is helping to bridge the rural-urban economic divide.
Connectivity technologies are definitely bridging the digital divide, because if you can bring a gadget to a population that normally doesn't have access to the internet, they can use their voice to access information, to get trained, to get educated.
In Kenya, these technologies may help address one of the country's most pressing problems: the migration of young people to the cities.
If we are not able to mitigate the challenges of urbanization, then we will end up with more informal settlements in urban centers. We will end up with high levels of crime in urban centers. We will end up with low level of agricultural production because young people are moving to towns and cities, so there will be food insecurity.
Use that skill to propel you to the next level.
It's about creating more opportunities in the rural community so that young people do not feel compelled to move to towns and cities.
People like Christine. Christine runs a clothing shop in her small town in eastern Kenya. Since graduating from DigiTruck last year, she has been marketing her products online and seen her profits double.
I've been able to advertise my clothes and my business is booming.
Christine believes with her digital training, economic opportunities lie close to home, which is why she's passing on these skills to local women trying to establish businesses.
I've taken the pictures, then you can add a feeling, then you can post. I'm becoming a future teacher in the making.
In Kenya, improvements in connectivity may even herald the beginnings of a startup revolution.
We are likely to see revolution of startups, and it's already happening. Many more people are now moving to rural communities to set up their startups because they believe that that is where you can make bigger change.
通过消除这种素质鸿沟，应该说是我们人类社会要追求的一个目标。
Connective technologies change how we experience and access the world around us. And for those with disabilities, they offer opportunities for empowerment on a truly life-changing scale.
When I was really young, I couldn't read. I didn't have the resources that I needed. I didn't get the support.
I was different from everyone in the class. I missed out a lot because sometimes there would not be a support next to me.
For many deaf people, like Kelsey and Samira, learning to read was a huge challenge. But by getting the right support and learning this skill, they have connected with each other and with the wider world.
Reading is the reason why I am here today, because without resources, without children's books, I wouldn't be the confident person I am today.
Reading was an escape for me, definitely a lifeline.
Now, one innovative technology is emerging, which has the potential to radically change literacy learning for deaf children across the world.
Hello, my name is Tasneem, and I'm 11 years old.
Launched in 2018, StorySign is the world's first artificial intelligence-enabled app that translates selected children's books into sign language in real time. With the help of a friendly avatar, the app creates a seamless reading experience for deaf children and their parents.
The children are really engaged with it. They don't need an adult with them. They can read themselves. It helps them to become a more independent reader.
Weak literary skills can mean worse life outcomes. So being able to read and write is vital.
If a deaf child has good literacy skills, it will give them self-confidence. It means they will feel equal to their hearing peers. It will give them positive mental health going forward in life.
The boy he decided, he's going to try to catch a star. Reading has definitely enlarged Tasneem's imagination, and it's given her the power to dream as well, ask questions, write her own stories. Really? You want to be a history teacher? Wow, it's amazing. I think the best job in the world.
The beauty of StorySign is that it has the power to bring people together, to share an experience together, to read together, to sign together.
Good idea. Reading is very important as parents, just for that bond between the child and yourself. It's a very special time.
The StorySign app is an example of the positive power of technology to realize greater inclusion and accessibility across all areas of life.
Ultimately, we have a dream to help every deaf child in the world learn to read.
Technology could help millions of deaf children to forge successful futures and follow in the footsteps of the likes of Samira and Kelsey. For them, learning to read opened the door to creative careers as actors.
What we're going to do is start from the beginning.
Connectivity is helping these women to tell new stories in innovative ways.
Integration theatre, so you speak our style.
To create imaginative, new artistic worlds and to access new experiences.
We have our own community, our own culture and world. John, there's Deepak, there's Jane. When you read something, we feel connected or we feel that relatability. That's what reading is connection.
None of that keeping me here.
Connectivity is enhancing humanity's potential for global collaboration. And this is a catalyst for innovation.
Connective technologies really have brought collaboration globally to a completely different plane. A collaboration of people from the East and the West, people with different background, tends to enhance creativity and therefore the potential for innovation.
On a small strip of land in rural England, this startup company is taking an idea from the East, large-scale astral drone displays, and giving it a uniquely Western spin.
Start calibrations. Just start rotating.
Go 136, go 137.
The swarm concept originated in the East. Most of the cutting-edge drone technology does come from the East, from Asia, from China specifically.
All good, guys. Full house.
We felt that we can do more with less by engaging in storytelling to increase the creative potential of this technology.
See this white area here? This is exactly where the drones are going to be flying over.
What we do is tell stories. What we do is leverage new technologies to engage with people emotionally.
I'm going to be here. That's where I'm going to be taking off and landing from.
Allow the technology to sort of invoke emotion definitely feels that is kind of where the East and West approaches meet.
For this collective of creative entrepreneurs, collaboration is in their veins.
150 drones out there, ready to go. Very excited.
Collaboration is absolutely crucial because we want to create pieces of work that touch the most people, and we can't do that alone. And that means pulling in other creative talent to Celestial.
Celestial's array of poets, musicians, dancers, and choreographers come together to design 3D animations brought to life by a swarm of pixel-like drones. Tonight, the team is testing their latest work, an 80-meter dove flying in the night sky. The team is also connecting artists with technology through live interactions.
We're focused right now on motion capture, how to translate the movements of a human being into the drones. We've already prototyped certain processes that enable performers to interact directly with the drones above them.
The clue to Celestial's ultimate aim is in its name: to use technology to connect us to forces even greater than humanity. The cosmos.
What we want to do is engage with our audiences on a deeply emotional level. What we want to do is persuade people to look up from their phones, to look up at the night sky again, to re-engage with the heavens.
Something primal happens when you look up at the stars again. A feeling of connection, not just with the stars and the universe, but with one another, sharing in that moment as we all look up again. It kind of really lifts your spirits and creates beacons of hope as well. By having these bright lights in the sky, it does something to us. With technology comes more connection. With more connection comes more empathy. Rather than insular communities, we become one global community.
Connectivity enables collaboration and being informed. This is vital further progress of the global civilization.
Huawei's technologies are primary agents.
Good morning. My name is Jorge Fernando Negrete, President of the PL. And it's a pleasure to be once again at this very important meeting to rethink digital policy, digital inclusion, and the new public policies in Latin America. Innovation Day is a tradition on its own, and this brings together the most important people in public policies, regulation, and technology innovation. There's no public policy that is most important in the 21st century than public and digital policy. And this has the possibility of working on this in the economic arena, the capacity to maintain economic indicators of the citizens, companies, and public administrations. From the basic rights, it enables all the basic rights. The basic rights cannot, depend on each other. They are forever. They're universal. By enabling one, you enable all of them. The internet, telecommunication services, broadband, finds in digital policy and digital regulation the most important ally to fight inequality, to enable the economies of our countries, and to accelerate growth processes, economic growth processes. The authorities, the thinkers in the digital world, and everybody that is going to be participating in this 2 days are the most important people in their own area. But basically, these are people that come here to bring reactions, reflections, and questions. Latin America needs today this public policy. Digital policy, different from the traditional policy, has the capacity to generate digital transformation and benefits immediately. Digital policy brings digital well-being, a situation where technology together allows to improve the quality of life of the citizens. Everybody that is connected to a mobile device preserves the right to have access to information, to health, to culture, and even the right to its own life. If you are connected to a mobile device, you with this enable and strengthen the democratic institutions and also the economic institution, and it generates and release high amounts of well-being. This is what the Innovation Day is all about. This is something that makes me proud. And we know that we have the ECLAC with us, with the Ibero-American Secretary that organizes the Ibero-American Summit for Presidents, and the support the Huawei. This is a meeting that we put together for the entire Latin America, Ibero-America, thanks to the Ibero-American General Secretariat, and it's always a pleasure to be part of the most advanced thoughts and thinking in the region. I want to now give a start to the academic program to Innovation Day, and I'm going to be welcoming Catherine Chain, who is the Corporate VP Senior Head of Communications of Huawei. Catherine, you have the floor.
Distinguished guests, I'm honored to share Huawei's approaches and practices on innovation for the digital economy. We hope this will help drive advances in the sector. We now live and breathe digital every day, everywhere. We are all curious about how this digital world will unfold in the future. However, we don't have all the answers. What will our world look like in 10 years? What tech will we use? Will autonomous driving be a reality by that time? Will robots become commonplace in our lives? Will tech innovation bring more risks or opportunities? I would like to ask you to look back 10 years, when the 4G era had just begun. Back then, we could already surf the internet with 3G networks. Fast 4G connections seemed to be of little use. However, a couple of years later, we witnessed dramatic changes, and it became normal to watch videos on mobile phones. Many early adopters of 4G, such as China and the US, were embracing new forms of business. New media was rapidly developing. Short videos and live streaming were becoming part of people's lives. So I am optimistic about the intelligent world of the future. Innovation is part of Huawei's DNA. We reinvest 10% or more of our revenue back to R&D each year. During our development, many breakthroughs in key markets would have been impossible without innovation. For example, our distributed base station and single-run solution were developed to address market needs. Thanks to our hard work in R&D, these two concepts were translated into real-world applications. This has also been driven by changes in the industry. The ICT sector is becoming a platform industry, and digital technologies have become a catalyst for changes in most every vertical industry. The convergence of 5G, cloud, and AI technologies is a strong driver of change. Today, it is difficult to find an industry that rejects digital transformation. As an ICT infrastructure and solutions provider, Huawei is also an enabler of digital economy. Digital economy is the latest and the predominant form of economy. Together with our partners, Huawei is dedicated to rolling out digital infrastructure and technologies to all countries and regions to create a better world. During the pandemic, we have worked with over 20 hospitals in this region. The application of our AI technologies aids diagnosis, boosting their efficiency. At a time when the hospitals are often overwhelmed, we have played our part to save lives. I'm so proud of this. Our accomplishments in cashless payment have also reduced infections. Meanwhile, our cloud and AI technologies are helping Costa Rica, Chile, and Brazil protect their rainforest biodiversity. This includes the AI-assisted protection of Darwin's fox in Chile. At Huawei, we are all working to overcome our limits in innovation to make a difference. This seemingly simple philosophy is what drives us. In 1998, Huawei first set foot in this region. We established an office in Brazil with just a few employees. We worked very hard to find opportunities. Today, we have 3,500 employees in this region. Many have been with Huawei for a long time. One of our employees in Argentina is a leader in digital video and image solutions. He chose Huawei among many offers. He has never regretted this decision, as working with many outstanding employees in our company brings out the best in him. He realized what could be achieved with a group of people sharing the same ideals. The innovation economy is booming in this region. Innovative companies are emerging in great numbers. It is said that more than 10,000 startups spring up in Mexico alone each year. Huawei helps build the digital infrastructure for this region and provides cloud and AI technologies to power the development of the innovation industry. It is estimated that Huawei has created almost 100,000 jobs, both directly and indirectly, in this region. We have also just launched a fund worth $10 million for startups in the region. Favorable policies create a fertile environment for innovation and growth. Many governments in this region realize the importance of national digital policies. This is shown by the digital economy blueprints launched by many countries. They aspire to be the region benchmarks of digital economy. Colombia is a prime example. At the end of last year, Colombia passed the entrepreneurship law with the aim of establishing a regulatory framework that favors the growth, consolidation, and sustainability of companies. We look forward to communicating with you all and listening to your opinions on innovation economy and digital policy. We have put down roots in this land of passion, vitality, and creativity over the last 23 years and become a trusted digital partner. We will join hands with more players to help the region advance digitalization and build a brighter future. Thank you.
Adelante. Continuamos totalmente en vivo en el Innovation Day, en el Digital Innovation Day. Gracias, Madame Chen, vicepresidente senior de Asuntos Públicos y del Consejo de Comunicación de Huawei. No hay recuperación económica más eficiente, más rápida, más igualitaria y más justa si no es una recuperación. Construcción del discurso de la política digital en América, que es el director general adjunto, secretario general adjunto de CEPAL, Mario Cimoli. Mario, querido, la pantalla es tuya. Adelante.
casi que si los países no hubieran hecho nada, no hacían nada, todo iba a pasar.
The countries, if they were not doing anything, everything was going to happen. What we can see in Latin America, what is happening, it's in the digital area with the situation, with the explosion of the digital during the pandemic, to connect the company to the commerce, and the processes were very important. In the region, a good number of the companies have an important position in the sale of products. A good part of this was in digital world, Mercado Libre and some other companies that compete with Amazon. We have seen the light and everything that is digital in the region, and to the model that can see the economic part basically. But through all of this, there's a topic that is public policies. And this means that digital on its own cannot achieve this. This is a driver, this is something that allows for the development, but what's basic is public policies. And what's public policy? Public policy is those public policies that allow the use of everything that is digital from the platform, from interaction, connection, platform, sales, processes, in order to transform the economy of Latin America. To transform it how? Transformation that gives us more productivity, better productive processes, integration of work with more efficiency, absorption of informal economy. All of this makes public policy to look at this something that is cross-sectional. And this is something for the construction of the state. You can imagine with the economy in some of the countries that do not need the digital, that this is basic for the economy. It's not the production of the vaccines, but also the process of access from the primary to the vaccines. It is basic, the control. Everything makes this to be a cross-sectional part of the process, and the public processes, as I have mentioned, are a basic topic. What are we concerned about? What can be the topic in this type of event that talks about innovation looking forward, that we can stay with the public policies of 10, 20 years ago. And today we have to rethink public policies. The economy at work, it makes it not easier. It's not the structure. It's a lot more sensitive. Professions change, the styles change, access of the companies towards the market change, the role of the digital platform in the public economy is basic. For example, we have learned in this situation, in the pandemic, that the digital platforms play a very important role. A lot of us have had access to this, and we can see that the digital platform plays an important role in access to the market. Not only this, but we need to look at the access to the market of the small, medium size, and to incorporate them to this. This means a policy of digital platforms that allow us to have access of small and medium-sized companies, for example, that makes the market in the sales, in the itinerary. When you open the app, you can see that the companies have positioning that allows the small and medium-sized company and even informal sector to be transparent towards the market and to compete and position in the market. So what we have seen with the situation is digital is important, but digital without public policies is not going to get there. This is something that would allow us to be something that is just not everlasting. And with this, we need to think about the public policies. What's digital? What's digital? We can see in Latin America, this is a player, but it's a small player. We have the large players. Can you imagine we have a digital economy that is regional between the United States, part of Mexico and Canada, another part is Europe, another part is Asia. Latin America is not integrated, does not allow its market to be broader or with a structure to have an important digital market. And this scale is important. It's the first item. The second item is about the productive part. This brings us to a more sustainable economy. If you don't think about this, we're not going to be able to achieve this. And it's clear that a good part of the countries are not taking in this type of policy. And we're concerned about this. We're concerned about this because Otherwise, we're not going to be the topic about sustainability. And this goes hand in hand, complementing with, because we're not going to be able to see all this questioning, all the policies. Therefore, digital and public policies are important in the productive part. The third one is the integration in the situation. Digital is not different. Digital is transparency, veracity. How can you verify that everybody has access and it's more, it provides us more equality, it's fair. That's why we define that we need to allow for the state to play a role, to have access. So public policy becomes more and more important today. More than ever, we have to do it, because this is where we have the entire topic and the entire role for innovation. What's digital? It plays an important role together with public policy. And I continue with another topic. Digital has to be another instrument as a primary benefit that we need, not only that everybody can have access, but that everybody can have access because it's necessary. That's what ECLAC placed it in the basic digital products, because this allows the sectors that are not included, those economies that are not so much into the role, that they can participate. That's why we need to develop the public policies that allow for access. But all of those policies in the market, to the structure, to access, these are policies that we need for a state that rethinks, reasons public policy. We need to look forward and not to look backwards. The production models of the company are going to be different. Wherever it's going to be different. Access is going to be different. And what has to do with the role of digital platforms replacing the concept of market that we used to have, that it was competitive and so on, is going to be structures from the digital that is set up in hierarchy networks. If we go from digital platforms to production to access, if we don't see this in an active, decisive mode, digital policies, yes, we're going to see them, we're going to see examples, we're going to see that they're there, but they're not going to be important for the structural changes that the region needs. Better structure, better jobs, and less inequality. Therefore, these policies say that we have to rethink the policies, rethink the role of the public policy. So digital is part of, is the objective of, that it becomes the instrument, the mechanism that allows the region to become a region that is progressing. It's a region that has been penalized in many contexts in having trade just in general in the economy. It needs to be inclusive and digital. So in a nutshell, we can say that this pandemic has shown us that digital is still very important, and even beyond the societies using it. How can the public policy take the field of the platforms and the market, production, welfare, access? This becomes a driver for the development in the region, and it becomes a basic instrument for a change and reduction in poverty. The policy is there. It's a policy that we need to rethink day in, day out. It's a policy that changes. It's an accelerated policy that needs to be revised, not use it and just leave it that way. Therefore, I feel that this meeting is extremely important for this purpose. It's crucial. And for sure, from ECLAC, from our point of view, to rethink a model that allows a role of the public policy. We have to realize that what we had behind us is not going to be the same. Everything is going to change, and this is going to be important in all the fields that we have mentioned. So without anything further, I thank you for allowing me to participate in this meeting. I send you my best, and hopefully we're going to be continuing for a long time. Thank you.
Tattooing is a process. It's a mental, physical, spiritual process. It's counseling, it's healing, and it's magic. What I love online is when Inuit are representing themselves for other Inuits. That's what I really love about connecting online and showing my stuff. Tattooing with traditional methods is to reawaken our ancestral physical memories. So when we do things culturally, it engages us more with our ancestors, and it's like we're spending time with them. We forget who we are because of our colonialistic history of our identity continuously being stripped down. The more we do this movement, the more we're able to regain our identity. In order for us to maintain our culture, we need to be adaptable. We need to be fluid and adjust to the customary times. So it's very important for us to connect with people from everywhere.
For the ICLAC in Latin America, quite the vital message, I believe, and quite timely as well in these moments of economic recovery, and one of the processes of the greatest health crisis we have ever gone through. Not only the economy, but
¿Qué tal? Soy Jorge Fernando Negrete y estamos totalmente en vivo en The Innovation Day, el gran espacio para debatir la política digital, la política pública más moderna, más actual y la que tiene la capacidad de recuperar indicadores económicos, reactivar la economía, generar innovación y competitividad y también habilitar derechos fundamentales en América Latina. Gracias, Mario Chimoli. Espléndido y emotivo mensaje. Realmente entrañable. Siempre es un placer contar contigo. Y como decía, estamos...
In a way, and as I told you, we are live. And of course, there are a few details, technical details that we had to go through. Now, it is my privilege to introduce to you a friend, a thinker in terms of public policies, especially in cultural policies, but he's an expert and an aficionado, if you will, of the digital policies. Enrique Vargas, he is a Mexican diplomat who has the capability to travel throughout Latin America. He's a coordinator of the Ibero-American space, cultural space of the Ibero-American Secretariat, this entity that is now 30 years old and has built up an enriching dialogue between the peoples and the states in Latin America. So my friend Enrique, the screen is yours. Thank you, Jorge Fernando. Thank you all who are following us in this live broadcast. It is quite the pleasure to be part of this very important forum, and its iteration, and it puts up in the floor, up in the front, this alliance that we are very happy to be part of, this strategic alliance that allows us to deepen our dialogues, our reflections at a moment in which the building of answers can no longer be stopped. And it makes us so that we can build a digital agenda for economic discovery from this Egypt, an organization from the Ibero-American Summit and state heads of state. We have worked for over 30 years in generating consensus along the region, and we celebrate the fact that this forum has this key aspect, which is economic recovery, and that allows us to advance further in the many mandates of the several heads of states that have given to us. And I can tell you that in the past summit, in the Ibero-American Summit, which happened in the Principate of Andorra in Europe, one of the main consensus that we reached by all heads of states had to do with innovation mostly, and with digitalization of our communities. And this is seen as a whole in a very holistic approach. The Agenda for 2030 of Sustainable Development for the United Nations gives us a very specific agenda that we need, that it was, of course, profoundly altered due to the pandemic. It was declared by the by the World Health Organization. However, we have methodologies, we have several periods of times, we have the institutional capabilities and a deep need to change the digital world for society. This implies a decision-making process in order to fulfill whatever was established in the 2030 agenda, and to revert those indicators that are unfortunately not favorable in the region, as was mentioned by our friend Mario Cimioli. We have to work on that. Well, we have to work in a very orderly fashion and to establish and identifying that if we're talking about a cross-cutting nature and aspect of this agenda with specific points that share a commonality, and the construction of our programs, we have to share and accept the fact that we are going into specific tangents for different themes. There are asymmetries within the region, and of course, digital access to the digital and the development of digital infrastructure must contribute to revert these profound indicators. But the political agreements have to become something that was told to us previously by our partner Mario, which is in the design of public policies. And in this sense, Ibero-America has been working in the construction of this public policy that is innovative in nature, that is responsible in nature, and implies cooperation. We cannot no longer see that from the point of view of the states for the states. We need to bolster our strategic alliances. as was established in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Something that you can't leave on the wayside is the undeniable role of culture in the digital agenda. Cultural content, and this is something that we need to highlight. We have quite the potential for the region in the generation of audiovisual content, music, the preservation of the annals of history and the preservation of documents. It is extraordinary. And I believe that the possibilities that we have and what we have been working with must give us new horizons. We have a few challenges that have been identified not only in this very long year and a half that we've had to go through as a society, but these challenges go through monetization, through the challenges themselves, and of course, intellectual property challenges. And we're working with this and to put this in the forefront in this forum to make sure that our specialists and experts can deal directly with it and go deep into these goals that we need to reach as a society, as a community in Latin America. And of course, we have gained a lot of market and the proliferation of platforms, the diversity of said platforms have allowed us to tackle new markets for our own contents. But the important thing now will be to sustain and to increase this demand, to create much more and better content that is competitive in nature, that speak on a familiar basis with other regions or other content creators. And of course, we're doing it. Let me share you that here in Madrid, in Spain, we are having a meeting that hasn't been heard of before, with a concept that is called Iberseries Platinum. Over 1,700 specialists and experts in the audiovisual world in Iberoamerica. And this is quite the effort, but also in the reactivation of insight events. And in this market, in content and television, the audiovisual, we are defining the next 3 years of content within our broadcasters and other types of platforms. We are gathered here and we're happy for it because it has been quite the effort, and you can actually picture it very significant in nature, especially when we want to do with actual people inside. This forum has been the largest gathering of audiovisual experts in Latin America and Iberoamerica. And what we're doing, unfortunately, is yet not enough. All the infrastructure and the private and public investment has yet to reach its goal, especially if we are not able to fulfill these lines of communication, these highways of communication, in order to become competitive. I'm not telling you that we only need to focus on the content per se, but I do call upon you to provide an opportunity for content in Spanish and Portuguese, which are of great quality, and they compete hand in hand with other contents in other languages. We have new content, we have new audiences, and we need to work with those audiences to reach what we call is bringing them in, making them faithful to us. And of course, the specialists and the experts will provide us a lot of orienteering, a lot of what we need to do, because people need to trust themselves. They need to put stock into going back to public places. And once they have lost this fear of the internet, this fear of new type of communication that is now quite generalized along the population, they also need to find a new way to share or spend time with themselves, with their families, with other people at a presence level, and with these platforms that have been developed in quite the extraordinary fashion in such short notice in order to reach other audiences. And of course, I want to share with you that since 2014, and the summit that we've had, we have been working in a new digital agenda for culture. This has allowed for putting into place many public policies and strategies that gave us quite a comparative edge with other regions of the world, especially during the lockdown. This reflection on the importance of digitalization in culture comes from other times. This confinement or a lockdown is something that didn't take us by surprise. We had a capability to actually act upon it. Now we need to sustain that. And this year is a year of creative economy, as decreed by the United Nations. Therefore, the 22 countries that are part of this aspect of the UN have enticed us to work in a positive manner and to provide innovation in order to make sure that creative economy can be put at the center, especially because of how it provides the GDP in all states. And this creative economy has provided a difference, has made the difference. Next October in the Dominican Republic, in Santo Domingo, we will have the meeting of culture ministers summit. And this cultural aspect will be fundamental because we're creating very important documents and the construction of agreements in order to advance towards the democratic access and improvement of access for culture and artistic manifestations through digitalization. We all need to, go the extra mile. Everybody is doing it, especially the developers of technology, the regulation bodies and entities, the states, the consumers themselves, and of course, the content creators. We need not to be afraid of moving forward. Of course, there will be hiccups along the way, but we need to strive and in stride create an exercise of self-criticism and find the way in which we can move forward to truly walk towards the future and to generate better opportunity spaces and truly breach the gap, the digital gap that has unfortunately damaged our region. Let's set ourselves maybe just a period of time, 5 years of private and public investment to truly revert this digital gap, because we won't be able to enjoy every right that we have in a digital aspect if we do not have access to the digital world. I know that the states are working on it. I know that the technology developers are working on it, but we need to speed up. We need to accelerate this pace because otherwise we will be left behind. And one of the main axioms of the 2030 agenda is that nobody should be left behind. If we were not to tackle this, somebody's going to be left behind, and then our job won't be done properly. And through these, I would just want to finish this very first interaction with you. I want to celebrate the fact that we are part of this forum, and I want to celebrate that we should create more. Why? Because there's a relevance in the participants, in all of us who are participating in this. And I can tell you that this is one of the most important forums of debate and talking about these aspects, and the conclusions that we bring to the table should work as a guide for these new public policies. And this is what we're going to do in this summit. We are going to elevate these agreements, these reflections, these challenges, and provide them directly to the decision makers so that they can assess whatever needs to be assessed and then act accordingly. I just want to mention that next year, in September, in a year's time exactly, in Mexico, we will see the World Conference on Cultural Policies, Mondiacult 2022, which is a call to all countries in the world who are part of the UNESCO to rethink public policies. Keep in mind that from the group of Ibero-American countries, we will elevate our debates to this World Forum, especially the importance of digitalization of culture, not only as a service, a form of service, or as a medium, but also as an end, as an objective, in order to achieve the democratization of digital access. We need to make sure that this happens at the level of public policies. We have a map that we can follow. We have an objective, and we should create policies that can actually be enacted, that can actually be acted upon, and make it so that they can have a scaffolding of sorts that supports them. And this is important because few regions in the world would actually have this region and this approach to these solutions. So we need to build these public policies in order to revert the indicators I previously mentioned. We find ourselves in the face of a paradigm in building new identities and new forms of self. And the call is to make things right in the face of our society with transparency, with the animosity, and with the fear of being wrong, of making mistakes, because when you make mistakes from them, we can see better solutions that are more competitive for our region. Latin America and Ibero-America, we have quite the challenge in our hands. We are the region of the world with the largest inequality rates, but we also have quite the capabilities to move forward and strive. We have the opportunities here, and we should not let time to be our enemy. We need to work together as teams in an alliance. This is the call I give to you. This is the animosity bring about by the Secretariat of Culture for Ibero-America. And I want to greet each and every single one of you and thank all the specialists and experts who paid heed to this call and came to us to debate. And congratulations on the celebration of the Digital Innovation Day in its 2021 iteration, and Godspeed to all of you. Thank you.
Gracias. Soy Jorge Fernando Negrete, presidente de Digital.
Jorge Fernando Negrete, president of DPL, and we continue with Digital Innovation Day, the space to debate the most important public policy today in the 21st century, digital policy. Thank you, Mario Cimoli, for your wonderful presentation. With this, you revitalize the digital policy of one that brings the same opportunities among citizens and brings competitiveness among companies. Thank you for speaking in this space and also at the Ibero-American Summit of Presidents, and for your commitment with public policy, digital agenda, and the capacity to generate equality, justice, and competitiveness in the economic arena. Today, Digital Innovation Day is live for the entire Latin America, regulating ministers, specialists in telecommunications, technology companies, and specialized analysts that look together at the opportunities of digital economy and which represent to reactivate the economy of our countries right now. And this is when it's a privilege to introduce our next speaker. She is a very important person in the economy. Minister of Economy, Tatiana Cloutier. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. I am very happy for this invitation and being part of this Digital Innovation Day. For the Minister of Economics in Mexico, it is very important to be part of panels and forums that promote that transition to digital economies. We understand the importance of this strategic for the economic development and recovery, not only of the country, but of the world. And one of the main things that we have as a statement, it is working to leave no one behind. For the Mexican government, a key strategy to achieve a sustainable economy and an inclusive recovery, it is boosting the growth of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, especially those where women are ahead of those ones. We have seen that during the pandemic, the women have been, at least in Latin America, that one that has been left behind the most. Therefore, we are working not only with the whole SMEs, but especially with the woman. We are convinced, next one, that to achieve this, we must prioritize strategies to allow us to, one, enable the opportunities they need to develop new skills and promote the use of multiple digital tools. In this area, we are working with different companies as to have training and reskilling the population and the SMEs so they can be moving and updating in things that they were left behind. Facilitating incorporation of these companies into the e-commerce, that's one of the things we have been doing during the pandemic, how to make easier for the SMEs and for companies to be part of the e-commerce and to create digital platforms as spaces for business-to-business relationship to grow. Effective actions require impact in partnerships. Both public and private sectors have to engage in joint actions to have a common goal, and that is working in an economic prosperity for a small, medium-sized business in the country. As we said before, the previous one, we have been working and doing partnership with different companies. We have been working with Microsoft, Amazon, Google in training in specific areas. With Cisco, we are training women, and over here they have chosen, or they choose what is the step that they are in the digital area, and they keep on improving their skills as to have a way to be improving where they are. With UPS, we have a wonderful partnership working with artisans, and they help us not only for them to be trained of how to be involved in the e-commerce world, but also to promote and sell their products in other parts of the world. Next one. Even though SMEs before the pandemic were already adopting digital commerce, as a result of the COVID, the digital economy has expanded considerably. As a proof of this, Just some numbers, during 2020 in Mexico, 45% of internet users accelerated the process of technology adoption, according to the Internet Association in Mexico. In the context of this pandemic, SMEs have redefined entire industries by creating new business models and readapting to e-commerce as such, the key economic agents that generate prosperity, employment, innovation, and they are powerful engine for development. Therefore, this forum provides an opportunity to showcases of how SMEs had adapted to new normal, making great strategies in marketing channels, taking advantage of digital tools, and even getting into new markets that they will not be, they will not be reaching out if it will not be for the digital area. Actually, in this area, we have worked with using different platforms where we have helped DSMs export, and not only that, we have trained them as to be able to improve their sellings and their marketing. Next one. The new digital ecosystem, it is the space to do business today and in the future. However, not all companies have been able to adapt so quickly, especially in the case of smaller companies that face greater barriers to access training, afford digital tools, and don't have the sufficient connectivity in their communities. This is something that we have in our country, and the government is committed to have Internet para Todos, which is a program that the president has, where we are trying to reach the smallest area in the country so people will not, as I said before, being left behind. On this one, or in this area, one of the things that we have been doing, and I will be showing some information, INEGI, which is the statistics agency in Mexico, has shown that during the year 2019, 3% of the total enterprises at the national level were making sales online. This has grown in a very, very fast way, and we are moving in numbers that it is impossible to believe how fast they move on. And not only that, but also the importance that the pandemic forced us to move in a pace that we will be moving maybe in 8 years or 5 years. And we were able to do that thanks to the effort that we have been doing with the academic, with the private sector, and with the government. Next one. At the same time, digital tools are driving business innovation towards reorganizing in their internal structure and emerge of new dynamics in the world of work, of the offer of goods and services in an intelligent and innovative way, as well as a new cooperative conditions. Therefore, we congratulate these types of events, such as the one that promote the dialogue on best practices. I think that one of the things that we can take advantage of the most, it is the one where we are working as to share best practices. The SMEs and even a small and medium business have learned from one another during the pandemic. What have you been doing that you are able to face the challenges that were forced during the pandemic? And these different talks and forums open the door so they can be moving on with new situations. In this sense, the Minister of Economics, we are working in collaboration with various public and private institutions, as I said before, to develop schemes and tools that contributes to this new vision through 3 main axes. One of them is building digital platforms for SMEs. This is a must that we are doing at this moment. Offering skills on building and training, as I said before, and creating business to business opportunities. On the Minister of Economics, as I said at the beginning, we did as much as we could to get the SMEs into business, and we have a platform that is called MiPymes that offers free training material available online. You get there and you find what is the kind of dress you're looking for your company or for you as an individual, and you can get the training in line. Also, we have Comercia MX. Comercia MX, it is a network to promote global business to business relationships. What we do over here, it's you get in and you say, I'm looking for this, and you reach out to on the other side of the world. Who is offering what you're looking for, or the other way around? You put what you're offering and you will find potential buyers, and that's the way you get into connection, and we address that they can be and keep on doing business. This is a very good platform that it is worth internationally speaking. Then we have Exporta MX, which is a space to find export opportunities for Mexican products and matching again, it is a matching of demand. Exporta MX, it is a platform that we have done especially mainly for women, not only, nonetheless, we included men. We have been working with Canada, we have been working with the United States and other countries, and Exporta MX has been a very good platform. So SMEs were able to export. One of the things that we find out over here is that SMEs realized, or when they got into the platform, they realized that they needed a little bit more to be able to be exporting. Therefore, we address them and we give them a necessary training as for them to be ready for the next step, which is exporting the Mexican products. Then we have Mercado Solidario. Mercado Solidario was one of the things that we did very fast at the beginning of the pandemic to get network to promote business and consume locally on the national level. Many business now, maybe we will be laughing if we talk about Mercado Solidario at this moment because of all the things that we have learned. But yes, right at the beginning of the pandemic, we know that on the local area and people were not getting out of their houses and we were being kept at home. This was something that helped locally people to be able to buy in one way or another and not lose their opportunities. Also, Data Mexico, it is a platform for the integration, analysis, and the dissemination of data for the Mexican economy. What is it? Data Mexico, it is very useful. It can be used for looking for opportunities of investment or any other data that we're looking for. If, for example, I'm a company on the outside of Mexico and I'm looking to where it is the best place to go and invest for this product that I'm looking for, Data Mexico will give you the place, all the areas of the hubs that are near to the place that you want to go to, because you have closer the products you will be needing for your final product, and they put you together. The Data Mexico is also helps you as a small business. If you say, okay, I'm looking for this, what are the information that I will be needing, or the place that I can start a small business or any other kind of negotiation or a product that you wanna sell. Data Mexico also helps the universities of students, so you can just deep in and find important information that comes from all the states, from all the municipalities, and from many, many products of any size. Next one. Promoting the development of entrepreneurial, financial, and digital skill as a strategic basis of action to increase the training to which companies have access. As I said before, MIPYMES has a training program. We have the training skills, and not only training skills, but we are also working in reskilling. We believe that we have two levels that we have to be working on. And first one is training with the programs that I talk about already with the allies we have, but also we are looking forward at this moment on reskilling. On reskilling, we're working with the United States with supply chain, and we are looking what are the demands on digital skills that we're gonna be needing for the next 3, 5, 10 years. And we're already looking ahead towards that, because if we do not move ahead fast, I think we could be left behind. We're also offering virtual webinars without prior registration, and those ones are on Facebook Live sessions on different topics that anybody can have on SMES. And one of the things that it is important over here, again, it is sharing best practices, and this allows the users or the viewers to ask questions directly and to be able to advance in the gaps that they have. Next one. In promotion of business opportunities at the national and international level through virtual business, we have had Mujer Exporta MX, which is business for women-led companies to be part of new international markets. We have also had Semana Sur Sureste, which is the South-Southeast Week, meeting business in the southern part of the region with Mexico to promote, as I said before, supply chains. We have also Fit for Partnership, a program with the government of Germany to trade companies to export to that market. This is important because we have to understand that there are countries that have very specific demands, or that you need certain certification for those areas, and that's a way to open new markets that are very well targeted. On the She Trades, it is an initiative for the International Trade Center to train and connect companies, again, led by women. As I said before, we have put our emphasis a lot, not only in SMEs, but in groups that have been left behind. As I said before, the women that have been the ones hit the most on COVID. Next one. It is worth mentioning that among these actions, we design specific programs aimed to companies led by women and other unrepresented groups, and affirmative actions with the purpose to reduce inequalities that face in access to business and development resources. We believe that these programs, in partnership with the private sector, the public institutions, and civil society, are essential to ensure that all SMEs will be part of the digital economy. The fact that in 2020 in Mexico, there were 67 million internet users, and 8 out of 10 of these have made a purchase online in the last years reflects the importance of making SMEs stronger access to the resources they need to be part of the digital economy. There is no doubt that the use of the internet has become a must in many spheres of social and economic life, whether as a tool of work, a study, yes, pleasure, or as a sales channel. We are going to be having what we call in a couple more weeks, what we call El Buen Fin, which it would not be for internet and the e-commerce, there wouldn't be a way that we succeeded last year with the pandemic. And yes, some closing remarks. From the public administration, we will continue to join efforts to create business ecosystems and conduce small business owners to join this growing digital transformation, not only by reimagining e-commerce in Mexico, but also by rebuilding and reinventing the ecosystems. We appreciate the opportunity that you gave us to share with you what we have done, to be able to share with them or learn from everybody participating today in this forum, to learn the best practices that others have done. And thank you very much for this great opportunity and for making these kind of forums for everybody to be growing and advancing in innovation and with technology. Thanks again.
Gracias a la secretaria de Economía.
Economy, Tatiana Cloutier, for your presentation in Digital Innovation Day. This is a live event for all Iberoamerica. This is an event that we have organized alongside the Iberoamerican um, um, Secretariat de Sport of Huawei and the ECLAC. Thank you to these three entities for your cooperation. We will continue with today's program and live, and it is quite the pleasure to present to you the next speaker. She comes from one of the most beautiful Latin American countries in the world, a true gem of the Baroque culture in Latin America. I give to you Adriana Castellan, who's a Undersecretary of the Ministry of Education in Ecuador. Diana, the floor is yours. Thank you, Jorge. Quite the pleasure to be here with you and to be part of this very important event on Digital Innovation Day. So I want to truly say greetings to you on behalf of the Ministry of Education and on behalf of Andres Chiriboga, who is the Secretary of Education here in Ecuador. He was very excited to be here with you, but unfortunately, because he had called upon by the president, he wouldn't be with you. But he gave me the power to join you and to present to you a very relevant topic that is also of much importance to us, especially when we talk about technologies, the digital world, and everything that has to do with education at large. We believe that the pandemic throughout the countries of the region made us see the importance of digital technologies in education and how these technologies can positively impact the integral development of students and how these technologies must be integrated in all aspects of life, because in the end we cannot decontextualize ourselves to come to be part of an island and then go to another island. No man is an island, as it were. So we need to make the most of all these technologies and learn how to use them. And with this brief introduction, I want to give to you a panorama of what we're doing from these digital technologies in the education sector. And, and I'm going to give you a brief presentation on what digital technologies can do for you, especially in education. As most of you know, the past 2 decades have seen advancements in education in the region. And considering all these positive changes, however, there are clear signs of the challenge of increasing the quality of these learning processes and to adopt an integral strategy to support them. So these advancements must be accompanied by innovation, by updating, by modernization, in a process that allows us to truly understand that we are holistic, integral beings who are entwined with technology and education. Within this framework, the role of technology is to guarantee the access to education is at the center of the conversation. It is important to ratify the commitment of strengthening science and technology from the get-go, from the initial years of education for children. And therefore, we must make the most of technology and communication, the IT, as it were, as the best tools to strengthen and bolster educational systems. Going from traditional ITs to and migrating to tools that would allow us to generate new content of learning and education, to make sure that we will build up from that, from our own perspectives, local contexts, but also from the region and even worldwide context. So the potential of inclusion of technologies provides an opportunity to make them better, especially in vulnerable sectors of the population, so that they can become a means to improve their material conditions and symbolic materials, that is, to bridge the gap and create a process that would allow us to guarantee the fulfillment of our most basic rights and develop as individuals. This comes with several changes in the relationship that we have of our own understanding, the modus operandi of a distribution and consumption of these contents. But it also makes us consider an integral vision of the educational model that truly tackles educational and social needs. And not only providing electronic devices and infrastructure are the means in which we can achieve that, because they are important per se, but this is not the only way. We need to consider other factors that would allow us to go from traditional ITs to tools that will make us better at education. Within these factors, we find education itself, which has just as necessary to make sure that all educational needs are met, to develop new innovative ways of learning and teaching, to modify forms of teaching, to formulate educational purposes, and for teachers to potentialize networks and to open new forms of interaction and modes of interaction, because we are no longer sharing time in a real world, but also in a digital one as well. So, from these emergent technologies and the challenge of implementation of these digital policies in the public sector, we must highlight the configuration of new school formats. We no longer need to think of school as that has only walls and desks and books and notebooks and teachers. We need to think of new formats that are avant-garde and that are in format and in line with the new technologies. We need to make sure that the education of teachers is based on these new pedagogical foci, in these new ways in which we can make the most of technology to make sure that learning um, approaches all the needs of the students, especially within the context of every country. We need to also create mobile tools of learning. That understanding that learning is does not only happen in what we say and what we teach. Think of these new so-called bridges of education that are now available to people of all walks of life, to create better digital resources that are open and free, that will allow us to decrease the digital gap and to attend to the needs of the most vulnerable in society, to reach everybody through several channels, and also to establish new and emerging technologies, considering that computational science are now a critical field and should not be considered as as an addendum, because they're not that. They're not an extra. They have now a need in our world, and those who do not have the tools and abilities to manipulate these technologies will now experience a form of relegation in helping their society, in developing as individuals, in integrating themselves to the global society that technologies have brought about. So from this perspective, and from thinking of the process of integration of IT and communication into our educational needs, for us it is fundamental to consider a new process and a new marked path, a new pathway, to make sure that technologies are part of the educational system, to make the most of these areas of learning that have allowed us in turn to see that in this pandemic, the world and the walls that made us different and separated us have been broken down, and they have brought us together and closer through technology. So from this point of view, within the Ministry of Education in Ecuador, we are building a new digital education agenda. This will be our main public policy that will transform our traditional educational system into the new world, into the technology, to apply new forms of knowledge, to plan, to execute, and to assess and evaluate those programs and plans that are destined to do specific areas. On the one hand, to learning digital aspects in order to bridge the gap, and the other to bolster these new processes of learning that are anchored within technology and innovation to consolidate what we could call a digital citizenship. So the objectives of this digital agenda is to bridge the gap in the first place, to make sure that technology reaches everybody, to bolster the already existing educational processes, and to promote digital learning of all the family and the educational community, not only children or teenagers who we consider our student population, because this is the student population that you usually bring the technology to their houses, allows them to open the world of technology and digitality to others, because it is such a rich world that allows us to create new worlds of development and innovation. However, this digital agenda will allow us to promote and champion the consolidation of universal digital citizenship that is intercultural and multicultural. This goes even further than that of the physical borders of our countries. We are citizens of the world in the end. And within this exercise of technology, we have it within the digital world, the citizenship of sorts, and we need to value it, but we need also to share it with care and being careful of ourselves and with safety and making sure that nobody is vulnerable to any form of attack. This digital citizenship is something that is centered in two axes. The first one is, of course, that of digital learning, because we consider that incorporating technologies for learning and knowledge does not happen by itself. It does not happen in a vacuum. It won't happen only because you have the infrastructure within your schools or households or educational institutions. This entire process requires a development of digital learning in which you could generate the optimal conditions to integrate and contextualize the technologies to the normal processes of life, and that will allow us to champion and promote digital learning efforts, considering the gaps of learning that we have within our country in regards to the access of technology and structure, and also to the use that we give to those technologies, and to understand the development of digital skills and technological skills that will allow us not to only use these technologies, but to create, to innovate, to propose, and to generate even new technologies that will be even friendlier to the environments of innovation and to the environment itself. Therefore, what we're striving to do initially is to define the profile of digital skills. And what is this profile of for teachers that truly have implemented their own technologies for their learning processes and sharing their knowledge to their students in a daily practice? What should they what should they know? What should they learn to create new contents and generate new lessons for the students? And what is also the profile of these families that accompany their children in their education? How they can accompany them in the creation of new technologies and new forms of education that are digital in nation, to generate these process of education in the digital world. We no longer find ourselves in a world in which we need to learn specific subjects like computing, like writing, like mechanography. No, we need to generate new processes, for instance, like programming or robotics or creation of systems that will allow us to remain in cutting edge technology, to make sure that the educational systems continue to generate processes of learning for the coming generations, especially those that are in the current educational system and will be the future of us. We can no longer strive and continue to use educational processes that are anchored in the old times and are no longer innovative in nature. And for that, we need to put the resources available in the hands of everybody to make sure that these access digital world gaps are bridged and provide digital access to every single person. And this makes us see that we, from our own trenches, from our own actions in the educational community, can generate these resources. We have to build together. One of the achievements we have done is through the networks, social networks, is that boys and girls throughout this pandemic have created videos, short clips, and podcasts that truly deal with learning with these new technologies. We also need to have new laboratories of technologies that provide more than the normal use that we have in computer skills, but generating new skills, like maybe knowing how to manipulate a system or a processor or a modem even, or even robotics. And we need also to foster and foment new ways of technology and implementation of said technology, which is anchored in bridging the gender gap as well, both in science, technology, in mathematics, in engineering, which are usually thought out for a population, a male population, when we have so many women within our region that are taking steps and strides, even in larger gait to advance our technology. This has to do with accompanying our processes of learning through making sure that these gender gaps are bridged. As a second axis, we also have the digital citizenship, as it were. And this is the fundamental factor not only for the educational system and other social sectors as well, in which we need to incorporate technologies. We can't say that we're going to continue to do things like we did 80 years ago. Technologies are here to stay, and we need to level them to our next step. And that implies rethinking several terms and several aspects, like this concept of digital citizenship that implies championing it properly in focusing in several actions that would allow us to understand the proper use of said technologies and the responsible use of said technologies to relate to each other, because we have a virtual world that is available for the taking. And how are we going to generate these processes of relationship, these processes of conviviality, if you will, safety principles that will guarantee the security of ourselves, but also our children, especially those populations that require more protection. And of course, they are now immersed in this digital world. So, what are we going to do to guarantee their protection, that they're being taken care of, that we can empower a responsible use of said technology, and that will allow them to build upon their life projects and advance in their learning processes, and but also to spend time in a healthy manner. And this is why we want to implement new models of training that will allow us to understand the responsible use and safe use of technology. And there's something that I always like to mention in these aspects. We the adults, are facing the most the gaps in terms of a use of technology. You usually have a term that we call in digital natives, and we adults are not digital natives. It is us as adults who are put in risk because we don't have a responsible use and safe use of the said technologies. How many times have we had our credit card cloned, or how fallen victims for phishing or some form of a con that comes in the digital world? Or how many times have we published personal data from our children and put them at risk? How many times have we do we not know exactly how to activate the parental security controls, both in the learning environment but also in the social environment? And in this way, it is important to us to make sure that these models of training are anchored in this knowledge, in this exercise of the digital and duties and rights, which are our a way of developing the people that are developing in turn, and we as adults need to guarantee these rights, but we need to know them firsthand. We also need to promote this process of digital citizenship, understanding that these are new ways in which we can spend time together. We can no longer separate ourselves from that or think that they don't exist, but we need to guarantee a way in which they build a community, a networks that truly give to this process of relating to one another and shortening distances. We need to develop a system of innovation and of research and creation so that we no longer fall in these processes, for instance, in deep fakes or fake news. We need to analyze information to gather it and how we can confirm it, how we can use it, and to prevent risks, and in the end, build an education community in the digital world as well, which is something that we have done with the use of the pandemic, unfortunately, and how many of us have had to learn at different levels of technology by building this digital community in different aspects of life, with creating new digital networks, communities, publications of podcasts with networks of digital learning, and innumerable amount of approaches. And through this, it is important to think of inclusion of technologies within the distance education models, considering that throughout this pandemic, we included the systems without further reflection or mulling over on their need. So we need to rethink them because they're here to stay in order to benefit everyone and to guarantee the access to education to every single person. So within this perspective and through these learning processes that were given to us by the pandemic and the inclusion of technologies that offer to us better and more tools for their learning process and knowledge, we are implementing the construction of distance education models that are anchored in virtual education that doesn't necessarily have to do with virtual education that happens within the classroom or a synchronized form of education at a distance. There are many configurations that we can establish through the different resources and options that we can have available. And from this perspective, this type of education will allow us to develop an educational dynamic that is different in nature, that is anchored to this virtual world, and allow us to work on the management and stewardship of education through a series of platforms and tools that we have been introduced to in, say, an abrupt way, but has been, however, very enriching and has allowed us to access not only the right to education, but to find new pathways of education and for development. From these, we have, for instance, the educational stewardship platforms, the MSL, or the very well-known virtual learning spaces that allow us to create different processes of interaction that no longer need to be synced up or inside, in real time in a specific place and time, but they allow us to share knowledge with people around the world and the region in this process of building new learning experiences. And we also strive to bolster the educational platform in the country, which is open to everyone. And we hope that in the future we will have access, what we call zero rating, that is free full access to all these platforms without considering the social gaps that unfortunately hinder educational and social development. We also need to make the most of educational tools, which in our repository, we have over 5,000 of them. And we don't really know how many teachers throughout the region and in the country and throughout the world have produced in order to provide continuity to the processes of learning all over the world and to students at an international level and also at a regional level. We have many students that usually access to YouTube as one of the platforms to see maybe a class, a lecture, or something throughout the region. And in this way, they strengthen their knowledge processes and they have managed to continue with these learning process. And therefore, it's important to anchor that to teaching information so that we not only have one or two people in this learning process, but that we can have a lot of people doing it. That is maintaining processes of education in this virtual world. And, and last but not least, there's a process that is anchored to the previous one. The Ministry of Education in Ecuador has educational goal, which is not a channel per se. It is a post-production and broadcasting entity that broadcasts their education programs at a national level. And that allows us to go to these processes of education and bring them to our homes through different programs, especially the one that you see here on the screen, which is called Aprendemos Juntos, We Learn Together. And through this, we have bridged the distance. We have reached all forms of audiences through radio and TV and all forms of technology. We have reached over 93% of Ecuadorian families with these learning efforts. And at last but not at least, what I was mentioning at the beginning of my presentation, we need to migrate from this thought of just giving maybe um, a single subject, which is maybe just computing or typewriting, which is a model that was based in the 90s, to go into more specialized forms of learning and training, building processes of thought that deal with a cross-cutting endeavor and effort in the use of the communications technology that are applied to learning and knowledge at large. Therefore, what we're striving to do is to make sure that competition in itself is forged by itself and created within the minds of students so that subjects like math, language, physics, chemistry, and English are part of it also, that the processes become a thing that you do on a daily basis to understand that the processes of learning provide a clear form of technology, and not only the social processes are the ones that deal with us in just using social networks, but that there are other forms of technology that allow us to create new forms of thought, new forms of making sure that we can learn to know and to use them in a critical manner that is also responsible in nature. And for us, this is the most important aspect of it all. And we invite all of you and we exhort you to be part of this process, all countries within the region, to share this form of knowledge within your own educational context.
Gracias, Digital Innovation Day.
We continue with Digital Innovation Day, space to debate digital policy in Latin America. Thanks, Undersecretary of Education from Ecuador. Thank you for your presentation. And we continue live. I want to thank once again to the Ibero-American Secretariat, SEGI, that has been talking about public policy in this debate for over 30 years. Thanks to the ECLAC participating with us today. Thanks, Huawei, for making this debate possible. They sponsored dialogue and public public-private conversation throughout the region. So I want to welcome Lucrecia Cardoso, Secretary of Cultural Development of the Ministry of Culture in Argentina. Lucrecia, you have the screen. Hi, Jorge. I'm going to join thanking everyone. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Enrique Varga, coordinator of the Inter-American Cultural Space, Mr. Jorge Negrete Pacheco. We had a really interesting conversation before we started the streaming, and it would be really interesting to continue going deeper in the different areas that come up from these different situations. I want to congratulate Huawei Latin America for this initiative. This is a very high-end meeting that calls us to dwell on the public and private policies in the digital era. As we have been discussing in the context of the pandemic COVID-19, this has been growing exponentially. Everything had been changing, the value chain of our cultural industries for the past 10 years, but the digitization process made it clear, there's no question that the pandemic changed, transformed the way in which we access to services and cultural contents. At the same time, this made us accelerate the adoption processes of new digital tools that would allow us to some sectors, particularly the ones that needed us in person, the different ways that we care before the pandemic and COVID-19, they made it impossible for the different activities to reconvert strategies so we can have presence in the digital world. Some sectors already had been doing this, and we're going to be talking about what has been the impact in Argentina, in our region, but with some sectors like video games that has grown even throughout the pandemic by 85% of video games companies in Argentina hired more people in 2019. In 2020, I'm sorry, and about 80% of their production. In these sectors, video game, the editorial sector, the pandemic caused that a lot of people that work in culture to look at the virtual world very quickly. This where we were discussing with Jorge by digitizing contents, live presentations, free, paid, workshop, and other activities. Even with these efforts from the governments in the region, the pandemic really made clear some difficulties. Somehow it took to the digital arena the inequalities that we had in the in-person world. To give us an idea, cultural GDP in Argentina in 2019 with 2.6%, with 308,000 jobs. In 2014, we had 4%. We had a drop associated, there's no question, to a lot of the cultural goods are elastic to consumption. We were going through an economic crisis that impacted the industry. With this, the crisis were showing the drops, but the commercial balance, it was different for Argentina. This radically changes the digitization process in 2019 to 0.6, so it was a deficit, and I'm going to be talking about how this has triggered. We're not going to be talking about the hurdles. But in 2020, with the pandemic, the GDP went to 1.8%. We're considering GDP in Argentina 9.9, almost 10%. The cultural, it went down 30%. So this shows that we are a critical activity along with tourism, the ones that were damaged the most, and the more resilient ones, as Jorge said, with respect to not only the cultural sectors and how they reconverted the digital world, but also public policies that we had to go and design so we could help those sectors that could not perform their activities because of the different things that we had to do with the pandemic. It is necessary to think that this crisis, this health crisis, has also exposed the world to think about unprecedented challenges, and this is part of the collective synthesis regionally. This affected the entire value chain of the cultural sector that has specific or special characteristics with respect to the seasonality and so on. This affected micro, small, and medium-sized companies, independent workers. A lot of them are in the informal sector. Today, we have more things in our maps of workers and culture in Argentina and in the region. Argentina, as I mentioned, coordinated a project sponsored by the IBD, UNESCO, and others with respect to the impact of COVID in the cultural industry in 14 countries in the region. And this helped us to measure the impact that was huge, particularly the activities that had to do with audience. And with this, it allows us to see in the satellite accounts in our country. And with this, we can see the coming stage, reactivation, going back to work, and production. In this scenario, cultural institutions have also been restating their objectives, working mechanisms in different aspects, in different modalities. The Ministry of Culture, with a series of actions serving the culture of solidarity, and with this of restating our links, social roles with respect to the change caused by the pandemic. Caring for the others, it's also the care of the entire societies. The ministry continues working in a critical stage with artists in different sectors. And we are going back to the activity. And with respect to the process of digitization, in Argentina, the market it's an event that was born 10 years ago, and then it turned into public policy, and then in a space of many other public policies oriented to cultural events. But you can see and the need to reconverting digitally in other areas like our Satellite Solutions Company. We developed with them a platform. This is going to happen in November this year. This is an example of the transformation of public policy and the digitization process mediated by the pandemic. This platform is a set of public policies oriented to training, digital inclusion, the possibility of developing business plans, and exporting. And this change in the different industries, the cultural goods, the digital arena, and it has a clear work agenda with many challenges. And we think that the cultural industries are part of the solutions to many cultural problems. Diversification of the productive matrix, external distribution. Argentina has a structural matrix that depends on the currencies. It always needs more than what it creates. Cultural industries, because of the high potential of becoming international, are going to be part of the solution to these structural problems in Argentina, because they add value, they add work and production. Going back to the platform that we have developed with ARSAT, we have modules for the training, professionalization, cross-sectional information to exporting, in order to broaden the critical mass that is available to increase the exporting of our cultural industries. The idea is that we start working throughout the pandemic with all our cultural aggregates and also the cultural attaches in over 20 embassies in the world. We make a proposal for business opportunities, and the response is that they knew the value change in the different sectors because naturally is looking for business opportunities for the traditional economic metrics in Argentina, how they have come through this. We had to set them, understand the value change, understand how this is so important in cultural industries, and also the different areas of the cultural services and the cultural industries. This is what we're going to be creating with Mika. We hope we have over 2,000 digital portfolios that have been uploaded in the platform of 14 intercultural sectors. This means a great insertion of financial inclusion. It has modules of business rounds for virtual format activities that are vital for the growth of cultural industry in the different regions in the country. The insertion at the federal level. Obviously, all the services have been concentrated in the metropolitan area in our country. 2.6% of the GDP in Argentina is a cultural GDP. In the city is 12%, and the provinces is 6%. In the metropolitan area, we have 60% of our cultural assets. As a space for circulation of cultural income, it has been growing hugely. This trend placed us in an agenda that is very important, that talks about the impact. This virtual territory sets new challenges that have to be resolved to achieve reinvestment in the production. The entire legislation in Argentina that is linked to the cultural industries that create different organizations like the National Theater Institute, the National Institute of Music. This compile their income in the circulation of cultural assets like we had in the in-person world. Also in the digital environment, we have to achieve the improvement of the performance of our producers, artists in the digital arena. And this is clear that that's the objective. Different things that are linked to copyrights, internationalization, promotion, exporting. These are the different areas where we're working and taking into account this new potential scenario that has been growing, and also the pandemic has been growing with us with national, regional contents in this new universe. It is necessary to mention that we need to strengthen mechanisms that will take us very quickly to a reduction of the digital gap. Not to stop here, the pandemic has shown us that digital inclusion had to do not only with inclusion to access to the cultural assets, to be able to guarantee rights like the right to reading, but also education, food. And today, access to the internet is a human right, and it's vital to guarantee that our people can express the right not only to access, but diversity, the identity of our people. This is one of the priorities, there's no question, but to get rid of the digital gap or the digital divide. Sovereignty is fundamental in the digital area with respect to our cultures. That is the responsibility of the states to guarantee cultural diversity, the possibility of this great technology transformation. This transformation will also need a labor conversion like any technology growth. We have more gaps and we are going to need to respond. Some sectors have reconverted early, like audiovisual sector, that changed the way of the production. with respect to becoming digital. They are at the forefront in their process of training and labor reconversion. To close, I want to underscore the role of culture that has to be considered as economic stakeholder in the development of the cultural industry. Virtuality is a practice, it's a cultural practice that does not displace other forms. Today, we are going through the opening of movie theaters and other spaces, their current books, radio, concerts. Today, we have bigger and bigger attendance, less, bigger areas with record sales with respect to the last 2 years. When we're considering being in person, circular, digital world does not replace the in-person life, but the first one is developing a lot faster. The last topic, where you are the experts, incorporating technology infrastructure of our society in order to continue guaranteeing the rights that at the end of the day can only be guaranteed through the digital world throughout the pandemic, but also with challenges, alternatives, diversification of cultural projects. But today we have, because of the pandemic, a better infrastructure, a better connectivity. We had to come out to respond to the digital divide, to the problems that we had in the technology infrastructure to guarantee those rights. And last, culture is no question, is the expression of the way that the world looks at us and everybody looking at us, the perception of these rights. Last, what we can see in the agenda is when we can see the hope, even when we have uncertainty. That's why we have a very important role. And to close, I believe that the spaces, this initiative of this event, this works with the construction, with the collective construction of this challenge agenda that we have in front of us. Thank you so much.
Continuamos en el Digital Innovation Day.
We continue on Digital Innovation Day. We're completely live, and this meeting is a space to debate public policies, the most advanced one that we have in the governments today. These challenges are debated with the technologies of information, and we're working. There's no more powerful tool in the internet that telecommunication services and information technologies, and there's not more advanced policy than digital policy. You continue with Digital Innovation Day that is organized by the Ibero-American General Secretariat by the CLAC and with the sponsorship of Huawei. Thanks to this company and to the organizer, DPL, of course. The next panel is an extraordinary panel. It's a pleasure to be with friends and colleagues in the digital sector in Latin America. This is probably one of the most important panels in the past few months. And today, we're going to be working about a topic that is very passionate for us, is the opportunity of the digital world from here. I'm going to be introducing to our dear friend and accomplice of Lucas. Lucas, he is the manager of GSA for Latin America. Thank you. We also have an important regulator and respected in the region. It's an entity that is appreciated by us. It's a regulator, Rafael Muentes Rojas. Thank you, Rafael, for being here. It's a pleasure to be here. We also have David Cox, the president of the Association of Telecommunications in the Caribbean. He is vital for the regulatory debate of digital in Latin America. We also have a dear friend, a woman that debates in the digital world. She thinks in the digital world, in digital society. She's wonderful in regulatory topics. She's a dear friend, Paola Bonilla, Commissioner of in Colombia. Thank you. We have another dear friend. We are really excited about how much she has grown. She can show her digital vision. She's a woman that has been fighting every day with her commitment to connectivity and digital transformation. Julicia Cruz, and the executive director of Indotel. Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to be here. Martin Olmos. Welcome, Martin. He is a digital thinker from a ministry that is vital in Argentina. He is Undersecretary of Information Technology and Communications in Argentina. Martin Olmos, welcome. Thank you, Jorge. Greetings to everyone. We're going to be starting very quickly. And very quickly means a topic that concerns you a lot. You like to see what's coming today, but you like to look forward. What do you consider, Lucas, that are the challenges that we have to continue connecting, to continue moving in the region? And number two, to take a society with digital benefits that are tangible. Come on, Lucas. I was thinking about that. This is a very simple question, very straightforward. We're going to try to bring some ideas together. You probably heard about the agency, and I wanted to underscore this topic. Lately, even with the beginning of the pandemic, we have seen the need, the importance of the digital roads or digital highway, the importance of being connected. And it's important how to sustain, how to have some of the measures that have been taken in the different countries. It's important to align a high level at the presidential level. One of the positive things of the pandemic in the highest political level agenda, the public policies that come from that vision, from that importance that we give them, are not consistent. So we talk about the importance of connectivity, and in the past times, we have seen topics about renewal of very expensive licenses. We have seen also bidding to, to fund other things, to get funding, also with different things about connectivity, deployment. And I believe these are the most relevant items that I wanted to bring to the table. They see the industry, or one of the topics that we recently mentioned was the spectrum as a tool for innovation, as an inclusion tool, and not so much as a tool to collect funds. This is one of the most important things. Another important item, it's intelligent regulation. We can look at the regulatory simplification and also to get rid of obsolete regulations. And we're not looking about summarizing an amount of regulations in smaller areas, but change the concept, change the DNA. It doesn't matter that we have a lot of regulations, that maybe we had 50 or 100 pages or 3 or 4 books, to have the same regulations in less pages to summarize them. I don't think that's the case. With regulatory simplification, should be changes in the DNA, in the concept of the regulation. And this connected with all of this to eliminate the barriers to the different things, and to create a digital agenda in the long term, where we're talking about Mexico 5G. How do we create a digital agenda in the long term that would bring the demand of services for new technologies that triggers this deployment? And with this, I close, because yesterday we launched the global report of mobile adoption, and we can see that Latin America has been growing from the supply, from the infrastructure. 93% of Latin Americans, we have the coverage of mobile broadband, but almost 50% do not use it, maybe because of lack of content, maybe because of a lack of other digital accessibility in the devices, and long-term digital agenda that also promotes the digital abilities to look at the demand. And with this, I'm going to close my first intervention, Jorge. Thank you, Lucas. We can see that it has a very complex agenda, and I'm going to move with you, David. David, the pandemic made it visible for the opportunity to connect the citizens and the benefits of the internet and the information technologies to enable the basic rights and also to reactivate the economy. In the case of the Caribbean, the needs are more complex, and we need to transport the infrastructure. It's not the same to connect the continent than connect the Caribbean. And we can see the deployment of infrastructures. All of this is different. The challenges that present right now, the infrastructure, the connectivity in the Caribbean when we are reactivating the economy.
Yes. First of all, let me say what an honor it is to be invited to this panel and to thank the organizers and Huawei for the invitation. It is also a real pleasure to be on a panel with such experts in your areas, and I am very, very honored. The question you ask is so fundamental, so profound. It goes to the very heart of the problem, the very heart of the challenge. And you are correct. I don't mean to speak for Latin America, but the Caribbean and the challenges in the Caribbean, while we share much in common with Latin America, some of the challenges, at least in the project of digitization, are perhaps more acute, more profound, or different? First of all, the Caribbean, as you know, is largely made up of a number of different countries with very small populations. By and large, there are some that are larger than others, but there are many countries with small populations. The cost of investing and building out networks in these countries is relatively high in comparison to, say, building out a network in a place like Panama or Chile or Costa Rica or some parts of Latin America, where there is critical mass populations and where an operator can spread out those costs, although you have more people to cover and you have a greater geography to cover than many countries in the Caribbean. The fact is it is also a larger market. So your comment about the impact of the pandemic was so true. The rates of penetration for fixed services in the Caribbean remains too low. In contrast, penetration rates for mobile services is very high. In some countries, we have over 100% penetration of mobile services, of mobile subscribers. But of course, the costs for a user of using mobile broadband services versus using a fixed service, which is unlimited, which is not metered in the way that mobile services are metered, is very different. And the pandemic exposed the fact that there are too many communities in the Caribbean which remain unconnected. But here is the problem. In some of those communities where people are unconnected, many people do not see the value of having a broadband connection in their homes. They don't see the value of having a connection. That is until the pandemic. And it is only when the pandemic became a reality for most of us could some of these communities recognize that it was absolutely necessary for their businesses, for them to conduct their daily lives, for their education, for them to have a connection, a connection or a fixed line connection. There is that problem. Then there is the problem of affordability. How do we solve as operators this problem of affordability? We have high levels of poverty. We have rural communities which are underserved, and extending infrastructure into these communities is expensive because the number of people in those communities is very small. The relative cost of the investment to extend into those communities is very high. And this is the challenge which I know that operators in Latin America face this challenge, operators all over the world, but it is especially acute in the Caribbean. This is the challenge that we now face. How then to overcome this issue, this challenge of high costs to build out the network when the rate of return is so low that it makes it uneconomical? And I think what we have had to do as operators is we have had to take stock and to reflect that in addition to our mission as companies to connect people, we also have to recognize our role in development and our role in the course of the pandemic. So we are investing, despite the fact that it is expensive, despite the fact that the economic returns in some areas is not sufficient to cover the cost, we continue to invest. We are trying to connect as many people as possible as quickly as we can. And then in addition to that initiative, we are working hard to partner with governments all over the Caribbean in order to try to understand what are some of the policies from a regulatory point of view, from a tax and a fiscal point of view, that can help reduce the burden. And that partnership, and I will end on this point, that partnership with government, private sector, is critical to succeeding in getting more people connected and in supercharging the project of digitization. It is the most important thing that we can do as operators and the public sector when we talk about this process of digitization. It is crucially important. I will pause here, but I look forward to the questions that you have later. And just to say that, of course, the regulatory policies are critical to helping us understand this partnership and succeeding at this investment. So thank you again, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, David. A country that is always very attractive in terms of talking about regulation and digital policies. I believe it is the sexiest in terms of digital policies, and that is Colombia, because Colombia has a great capability to call upon people and debate on digital public policies. Let's remember that Colombia began this digital expansion about 10 years ago, and today we have amongst ourselves one of the most succinct people in terms of digital policies. That is Paola Bonilla. She's a woman who has worked a whole lot from planning everything related to public policies that are digital nature. And now Colombia has experimented in regulation in an exceptional manner. So tell us a little bit of how you have incorporated this thing that you call regulatory sandbox and how it you see the ever-changing world of regulation, how you tackle it directly. Thank you, and I want to say hello to my fellow panelists. Well, here in Colombia, we have what we call the first regulatory sandbox in terms of digital policies. We have had the participation of every single network provider, as well as a broadcasting company, from communal small companies to big broadcasters around the world. We include even the postal service, and we created projects that are related to products, to services, to solutions that were experimented through a new scheme. So this mechanism is new, it is alternative for regulation, and it guarantees that regulation at large can truly respond to the changes and conditions that are economic and technical in nature and that come from the technological advancements that we are experiencing. And of course, the CNC has published a new resolution in 2020 in which we defined the new directions and rules for this sandbox regulation in Colombia. And in this sense, I want to tell you that in 2020, we developed a series of guidelines to apply these new projects. And the objective was to provide training to the entirety of the sector. We actually did about 18 workshops, and we created a questionnaire for evaluation and assessment. This is an innovative topic that was implemented for the very first time. So it was necessary to train the entirety of the industry and the people who are part of it. This is a proposal for the future that allows the implementation of this alternative mechanism that comes hand in hand with traditional regulation. And with this, we want to materialize projects that have a social impact. And in this year, in 2021, we developed a few activities, some of them related to the application of the regulation sandbox, in which we created several conversations, we engaged in conversations, we created mechanisms like assessment to microsites and everything that was alternative to the industry. We also created activities that had to do with the application phase. And this is where we empowered the new capabilities in order to create a document to call upon experts and everything that had to do with creating the strategy, especially for assessment and every type of proposal that would come in our way. And the last phase was that of assessment of evaluation, in which we wanted to see the proposals, study them. We supported people with counselorship programs, and we provided even everything that had to do with the judicial world. And we went to an extra phase which was experimentation. And in this, we wanted to see those indicators of success, of risk, those mechanisms of surveillance and monitoring, and to create protocols that will allow us to give a follow-up. And this is important to mention because of the call that we did to the people had 23 proposals from the communications sector and from the mail sector even, and television sector. And from those, we accepted 10 proposals. And once we corroborated all the data, then we went to the assessment and evaluation of the new programs. And we actually had the support from the National University of Colombia, in which we unified all the criteria of selection that we established in official regulation that gave us as a result the admission of 3 final projects that are still now in the experimentation phase. These projects have to do, the first one with that comes from Telecomunicaciones Colombia, which is a broadcasting company that deals specifically with the access to rural areas through 4G technology, in which we want to implement set technology and in the future 5G. And then we have another one that's called Service Operation Center technologies, which involves the implementation of a platform to make sure that they have real engagement in the consumption of our services. And the last one is by Operadora Colombia Móvil, which entail the creation of an intelligent contract in which we would create better opportunities for hiring services to citizenship at large, and creating contracts that are easier to access and easier to understand. So through these innovations, we created an overarching project that gave us the most important aspect of each and every single one of them. One of those points was, for instance, rural connectivity, and of course, improving user experiences and improving contractual services, hiring new services. So this is the area in which we find ourselves. We are still in the experimentation phase. Once the said phase is over, we will analyze the results from the projects and we will determine if they can be applied. We update our regulation and then implement them. Thank you, Paola, for your intervention. One of the most important personalities within the sector is Julissa Cruz, who has quite the trajectory and career. And we are so happy to have her here with us. So you started to work very quickly on proposing a vision and a work plan and you provided a lot of visibility to it. So please tell us, now that we're evaluating every single action that we're going to take towards the future to deploy more digital transformation, tell us within this context about your agenda, everything that you're going to do for economic activation or reactivation, as it were. Well, first off, it is quite the honor for me to be part of this panel with people that I truly admire and love, and people I have learned from so much, especially in terms of regulation, because we're facing these challenges together, these common challenges. We assume the executive direction of Infotel, which is during the pandemic, which is one of the main companies, telecommunication companies here in the country. At the time, we didn't even have the vaccines in sight yet. So we needed to truly act quickly to make sure that connectivity conditions in the Dominican Republic would improve. And although they weren't that bad in terms of coverage, there were a few gaps that we were having in terms of infrastructure and in covering the needs of the population to truly connect to platforms that allowed them to engage in work from home, in education from home, and other demand for several services that telecommunication giants can offer. So in very little time, the president of the Dominican Republic issued a decree in which access to information and internet would be a basic need, a basic fundamental right of every single citizen. So this allowed us through this decree, this included different forms of actions that we, the communication secretariat, we needed to implement. We need to free up, for instance, 700 spectrum, and we tendered the 3.5 and 700 megahertz spectra. And we did this in record time. In February of this year, we actually launched the tendering process, and next month we will adjudicate responsibilities. So we believe that 5G deployment will actually become a reality by the end of this year. And the users will be able to make use of said networks and feel the benefits that they bring about. We also started the process of implementing digital television. Digital television is something that has been talked about in the Dominican Republic since 2010. We were postponing it for so long, but by presidential decree, we can no longer afford that. So by September 30 of next year, it will be fully operational, and we are advancing towards that. And in record time, we have managed to close a deal with the Inter-American Bank of Development to improve optic fiber infrastructure in the Dominican Republic. It was quite a shock to see the challenges that we are facing in every state to improve this connectivity and digital transformation issues. And these problems have to do with resources. It is the resources at the heart of it all. So now when the health sector is requiring so much money and education as well, the states understand the need of improving the connectivity issues. And there are areas that, naturally speaking, never will the private sector reach. So it is important to have state investment in these areas. And this is exactly why, through implementing these deployments, and we are discussing in the National Congress, we believe that in the next few months, we will be able to launch new deployment projects that reach every single household, especially those municipalities and locales that do not have it, but with important incentives in the face of local governments. That is, only those local governments that allow and facilitate and provide these permits for deployment, those will be the first beneficiaries of this endeavor. So everything is linked up in a way of concatenation of actions in order to achieve these goals and defeat these obstacles, if you will. And another important thing to mention is that regulation has to be more efficient now than ever before. And in order to do that, we need to have legal framework that are modern, that allow us to generate an environment for investment, for correct and proper regulation, etc. So we have started a whole process of consultation amongst all sectors to ensure that in a joint effort, we can create a project of telecommunications and connectivity law or act. We are focusing, of course, in telecommunications, but we need an act that is macro in scope, that allows us to create a digital ecosystem and a digital economy that is all-encompassing. So this is yet another project that goes hand in hand with the others. We are quite advanced. We have the expectation that by the end of the year, we will be able to introduce to the president the document that needs to be presented and turned to the Deputy of Chambers and to the Senate and then to Congress. Another important landmark that we have achieved, and this is something that is fresh out of the oven, if you will, is that we have signed a few tendering contracts for the main mobile companies in the Dominican Republic. And this is one of the prerequisites that we asked of them to access the spectrum that was liberated. And for one of these companies, they had an obligation of 20 years. And for the others as well, even to establish the best services possible, improvements and enhancements, not only in the content of the contract, but also in regulation in and of itself, especially for the follow-up of investments, so that these investments can actually go not only to make sure that the company grows, but to maximize the benefits possible. So I believe that with this, I have given you a broad scope of what we're doing. And of course, we're tackling other things like skill building and connectivity with other states. The digital gaps, which are greater for us compared to other countries, and other actions to make sure that the Dominican market can generate skills. Can have a skill building component to it to make sure that our professionals become better. Thank you, Julissa. One of the most loved regulators in this environment, and then that has had quite the institutional impact, and a regulator that has unfortunately had to face this maelstrom of that's been happening is in Peru. That is Rafael Muente. He has been working in the telecommunication sectors for quite a while, so I believe this is one of the markets that has grown throughout the years in a very discreet manner, by the way, but they have fomented everything that has been positive and happening. They have a rather interesting approach to it, and they deployed radio bases all over the country. There's a competition operators to be part of the municipalities. Even there's a lot of competition, which is good, and they even become actually quite efficient at implementation, that they have made their services even cheaper. So there's a lot of things that Peru has been doing so well. So Rafael, please tell us what's on your mind, what you have done to make sure that to maintain these investments and to make sure that your regulation is so respected and well thought of. So what have you been doing throughout these years, Rafael? Tell us a little bit about that. Please turn on your mic. Thank you, Jorge. And special greetings to all the members of the panel. And of course, I want to thank the organizers for making sure that we were invited here. So to paint you a picture, as it were, Peru a few years ago made a few regulatory decisions that were destined at substantially improving skill building within the sector. And these decisions, without question, have borne fruit. And if we were to look into megabit per second affairs in fixed internet over the past 5 years, we have seen a reduction of over 93% in the value of megabyte per second. And therefore, megabyte and mobile services, we have seen a decrease of about 93%. And that, of course, is only based on creating a competitive environment that is quite challenging for all companies. That is because competition demands of companies to be the most efficient. And therefore, even with all of this, this has created a series of challenges that have been maximized or exacerbated during the pandemic. And this in hand with regulation. The pandemic has created a lot of conflict in a country like Peru, where there is a very large rural world in which we have a rather complex geography, because we have the Amazon forest and then the Andes in one part. So this provides quite a challenge to reach that very dispersed diaspora of population all over the country, because we have over 120,000 settlements that are very dispersed throughout the country. And the challenge that is actually very urgent is to provide broadband to these settlements. And as Julissa pointed out, because there's a coincidence amongst ourselves, is that the private sector cannot do that by themselves. We need a state that generates investment, and there are many challenges that we need to attend to in the short term. And I believe that there is a single minute in which a citizen of Peru has no access to broadband, they are losing opportunities to develop themselves, to crystallize personal projects, and to make of their lives something better. And this sense of urgency is something that we need to translate into a cultural perspective, a perspective of establishing values, which in our case have to do with excellency, with innovation as well. And innovation is a fundamental pillar that we need to introduce to this very complex process that requires act of urgency. And the agenda has to do with innovation in the end. In our ministry, we have created a series of products that try to empower the user so that through their own decisions, they can increase their skill bidding levels and tackle those service provider that provide the best services. And they even enter a form of ranking, that is in terms of quality of service, in troubleshooting, in claims solving issues, and even in the metropolitan areas and few provinces, we create a ranking per quality. So this way, it will allow users to make decisions that create more competitiveness, but without being deregulated, that is, of course. And on the other hand, we have had to accelerate the pace to a series of acts of agency, if you will, that use non-presential and digital media as a form of fiscalization, if you will, and the need to develop and to push forward as a form of catalyst for the industry to make better decisions, and of course to develop investment in a speedier fashion in terms of digital user attention. Actually, call centers have reduced their presence in terms of people because of the pandemic. And this implied that through the problems of connectivity and the changes in structuring the resources that went from the offices towards the hands of people in their homes, it created at first a lot of turmoil. And the companies had to make a few decisions so that they would bolster their infrastructure and their quality of services for households. And they were taking in it as a form of, which beforehand were just a secondary aspect, and now they became primary. So we at our ministry, public ministry, we created a few of additional regulation, which is called Chico Plan, to make it easier and more accessible to the people. It is now translated into a tool or a platform that allows every user to compare the attributes with a lot of flexibility and compare, a form of benchmark. Checa Tu Plan was awarded by the telecommunications professionals all over the world, and it was qualified as the best product around the world in terms of access to knowledge of services. And through that, we have created better services and contracts that are friendlier to the user. Just not having boilerplate information, the 2-page long contract that would be so inadmissible. No, we want our users to make use of it, so in a better fashion, and creating an interaction between the user and the operator that is integrally even digital and better through several tools that, maybe, for instance, normal service, like let's say you want to cancel a service or you want to buy a new one, do that in a digital fashion that makes it easier, user friendly, and make it easier also for operators themselves, but also making sure that we save money in the long term, especially for system maintenance. They won't have the need to have actual people working in there, but that will create in turn a better benefits for the users, because we will no longer have this very tedious situation of going to a line and waiting there to get client services. So to become even more efficient and to generate incentives for this efficiency that needs to be taken to the user, this is what makes us work together. We have indeed creating skill building processes, and there's still a long way to go. There's much to cover yet, especially in the rural world. And this is exactly where the state needs to invest and follow suit to everything that has been done. But skill building in and of itself is not the end. It's just a means to an end, because we're providing public services. The state is the holder of the rights to those services, and therefore the raison d'être of the regulator and providers is the user. And through this perspective, we have created perspective, but without losing vision that this skill building process must provide a better satisfaction to the citizen, to the user at large. Thank you, Rafael. Very interesting reflection of what we have done. Competition is not the objective. It is just a tool to make sure that the user has the best experience. Now we're going to we have heard from the regulators, and it is time to hear from the actual practice, the focus of public policy. And let's say that is something that is usually not talked about, but Argentina has this second 4G network most robust in the world, actually. So Argentina has advanced in strides in terms of advancing their infrastructure, especially in accessing the 4G technology, providing users with a robust network. And due to the educational level of Argentina, it sounds quite demanding even, because they demand a lot of data, and they have the education to demand, to meet those demands. So in the end, actually, in terms of comparison, the Argentinian user will consume up to 200% more data than the average Latin American user. So when it comes to public policies in Argentina and reactivation of the economy and everything that has to do with investment and expanding the network, what is it what we can do from the political aspect to do together?
Thank you, Jorge. First of all, I want to thank the organizers, the sponsors, for the opportunity to presenting in this wonderful panel with such important speakers. With respect to the pandemic, there's a common reality to all the countries, which was something that really accelerated digitization of all the processes. The ones about the daily life of everyone, access to information, entertainment, also basic services, health, education, work, In this sense, we have tried to walk with this process with regulatory policies, public investment. Just to mention briefly, Conectar, which is a plan that has the basis of public investment in connectivity, expansion of fiber optics network. You were just referring to the extension of 4G. Our SAT, this is very important in this sense. We have different mobile operators that use our SAT as a backbone. That is a network in Argentina that is part of the reality of many countries in the regions. We have Rafael. This is a huge country with the population that is distributed not evenly in small metropolitan areas, also with a diversity of geographic areas that are very difficult to have access. And this is an additional challenge with respect to the development of infrastructure. The state, the public sector, that is basic. We have worked in strengthening the plans for expansion and the growth of fiber optics, the update of the networks in order to manage more traffic and also to get to more places, basic to small places. And we have many co-ops and SMEs and the places where it's feasible to provide the service, because our SAT arrives with the network, and it's just necessary to look at this deeper, because right now we have 2,100 towns, and in this investment plan that I mentioned, we have set the objective for the next couple of years to get 160 more towns, and this is a very ambitious plan. We are working in taking over the development of satellite networks in our country. And for us, this is a very important topic, because satellite services are basic because of the features that I mentioned about the geographic area and density to provide the service in these areas, and also because there's satellite technologies in the country. And this is going to help us improve the third satellite that is under construction here by INVAP, an Argentinian company that provides high capacity services and sends all moving forward in the same way, strengthening digital TV services with the idea of get to analog and digital, getting digital dividends that are going to be important in order to use that spectrum in other services as needed from the regulatory framework. We have really moved forward in infrastructure, something that is providing us with positive results that can be seen already. We can see it with different operators. We can see the change in attitude in their policy as of the approval of the rules. These are people that really respect free will, the agreement among the different parties, because it brings different instances in the regulator when that agreement is not on the table, where the different parties are not considered. We have also added the regulations of telecommunications and properties in real properties. It replaces the regulations from the year 2000 that was not up to date. It was only considering fixed phone lines or landlines. And also with the internal networks to be neutral and to have more competition, that we don't have disagreements between exclusivity and when there's a real estate development with the neighbors from the different places and with the single operator without a situation about competition. Also, we have set or place for consulting the updating of the radioelectric framework, and this is very, very important from the operators. We are consulting about the introduction of innovative figures that have to do with secondary state, about sharing spectrum, and as general policy of the government in order to take the decision on these topics. And as mentioned before, we have gotten rid of everything about the retention, about exporting services that have been imposed in 2018. And we have approved the law of the economy of the knowledge with everything about the digital ecosystem. Among the activities that we have promoted, we have establishing data centers, everything that has to do with the Internet of Things, with the development of applications based in AI and other benefits that are very important with respect to taxes, to the earnings, taxes on different things. And all of this is between 70 and 80%. So this is a policy that is very important for the entire ecosystem. Just to mention a few things. Thank you, Martin. We are almost at the end. It's a shame because having all of you having this wonderful panel, I thought that we could take 2 or 3 questions, but we're going to take one last question, a minute and a half for everybody. So we're going to close with the following. Same question for everyone. What opportunities and what threats do we have in the coming months in the pandemic and decision making? Lucas, you have the floor. Okay, minute and a half. To go back on the right to demand in the past few years, the 5th generation of 5G is a reality, but 4G, it's still a lot of room to grow. Or, in our region, 93% of the people do not have 4G, or for some reason, there's a high percentage that do not have access to work and developing the digital skills, local content, relevant common use tools like e-government. We believe that what the digital government does is to scale up what digitization is and trying to close that demand gap. And financial inclusion tools, for example, last week, we worked with the communities in Paraguay. We saw changes that could threat the entire fintech ecosystem about moving things, and I believe that this is very relevant. Opportunities, I said that several times. In the 5th generation, that G is not one more G. It's a disruptive leap in a way that people do not only communicate, but also things, regulation of productive items. I think that we can see the different reports, the different traps, the productivity trap. And this is one where Latin America was immersed. And we believe that the adoption of 5th generation is a tool that we all can have to skip over this productivity trap. For this, we're going to have to look over the frameworks of public policy, regulations in order to promote innovation. And I think that we have a great opportunity, and hopefully we're going to be able to really use it. Threats and opportunities. David Cox, threats and opportunities.
I think the greatest threat we face is regulatory or government overreach as a result of panic about where the pandemic has left us. Governments are very concerned about getting people connected because in the age of the pandemic, clearly internet connectivity and a high-speed, good quality broadband connection could mean the difference between an economy continuing to function or someone's life, or large sections of the population continuing to be able to go to school online. So connectivity is more essential than ever, and the pandemic has exposed this. But governments could make the situation worse by attempting to intervene directly in the market or attempting to enact policies or encourage regulation to force operators to invest in a way that isn't sustainable. And regulators can make the situation worse through greater or more invasive regulation that is not pro-investment, that does not encourage a greater deal of, frankly, private capital being spent by operators to reach the customer. And if that private investment is threatened or undermined because regulation is too difficult, too onerous, too hard, and if government policy makes operating too expensive because of mandates, oppressive rules about network infrastructure, or just high level of taxation, it undermines, frankly, the overall goals that we all want, which is to see greater digitization, greater democratization of information, greater connectivity, and a transformation of all of our societies. So that's the greatest threat. The opportunity, frankly, is for operators to just work harder and to get more people connected. And as more and more people connected, I think that it's just going to mean more success. Broadband is the essential service. Everything depends on broadband. Content, everything that's being consumed today by the consumer, almost everything is being consumed over broadband. So it is the fundamental business at the moment, and so there are opportunities. Lastly, I just want to say again, thanks to all of you for the opportunity to speak on such an incredible panel. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much. And Paola Bonilla now. Yes, there's no question that the pandemic made clear that all of these technologies make it clear that it is important for the technologies to develop. And as we face this, the main challenge or risk is connectivity in rural areas. The topic about taking connectivity to all the faraway rural areas that are dispersed with respect to make it difficult to bring it massive access to information technology and communications. Taking into account this scenario, the pandemic has shown many opportunities. The first one is that at risks like digitization of the processes between users and operators, the topic about physical offices, all of this, it shows that this should be a trend that persists with time, not that we forget because it was a challenge throughout the pandemic, but that it is part of the digital ecosystem. A great learning is how fast the expedition, the regulations throughout the pandemic, all the regulators in the region, we have to react very quickly as we face the changes demanded by the pandemic. This, how fast, situation about how fast this moves and is focused, is going to be looking at things like incorporating, on one hand, an evidence-based regulation, and also based in data and methodologies of impact, regardless of having quantitative, qualitative analysis that allow to create this type of interventions that the market needs, particularly in the use of data towards the inside and digital transformation of the regulator, not only using emerging technologies for the issuing the regulation, to put together the regulations with AI and other technologies, but also to the inside of the processes. Digital transformation of the regulator can summarize the challenges for the regulators in light of the learning opportunities. Thank you, Paola. Data and evidence, Julissa Cruz. Challenges and opportunities. You know that the pandemic brought the blessing along that brought us together and placed everything in public policy, and it really fast forwarded the development of land, the laws and everything to accelerate the deployment of 4G and also the entry of 5G. It takes us under this transition, and this definitely has a cross-sectional impact throughout everyday's daily life in the productive sectors in their countries. So for sure, the challenges is that we need to place before the market the resources, the necessary spectrum in order to take care the needs of connectivity, public investment in those places where the private sector naturally will never arrive. Private investment to improve the conditions of the networks that have already been deployed and to take it to those places where they can get the profitability that the companies so much need. And also to share infrastructure, because once they are deployed, we're going to make the resources to be useful for everyone and not to have overinvestment, and even more right now to make the investment be efficient and smart. From the states to get rid of bureaucratic work with the local governments that can understand this deployment need, that enable the deployment of infrastructure, the development of the e-government, that more and more the states can offer online services that add efficiency to the processes, to the productive processes. From the point of view of demand, we need to look the fiscal framework of the sector, of the different sectors, from the fees and tariffs to import devices. Some countries like ours, and that we're working and we're discussing with the central government in a gradual deployment. So implement the next fiscal reform and the development of digital skills. We don't do anything. We can't, we're going to get crazy. We want to guarantee coverage if people do not use it in a productive manner, if they don't use the technologies in a productive manner. This is a very important topic. The person that lives in rural areas that has access to technologies and doesn't use it for their human development, and otherwise this is not going to be worth it. And from the social policy, it's time to assess topics like focalized subsidies for those people that in the short to medium term are not going to be able to have access to the reality, to the services and technologies. Thank you, Julissa. Thank you, Rafael Puente. A minute and a half. I could repeat what has been said because I believe that the countries have the same challenges in general. And I don't want to say the same thing because, yes, we agree in the needs to reach more people, connectivity, infrastructure for them. And of course, this is the entire surrounding that renews more efficiency and sustainability of the scheme, of the regulatory model in our countries. With the pressure that we have, we're going to have more and better communication, and also to have the threats that somehow can be looking or breaking everything on the decision making. There are risks of political inherence and regulations that are not issued by the regulator. And with the regulatory framework, with the impact of cost benefit, regulatory impact, in order to bring effects that are the opposite that what is expected. And this is something that we have been noticing and that is necessary for the private sector and the state through the regulatory organizations can enforce and align and reestablish and model that makes the effective progress to be sustainable, to reach more citizens in our countries. Beyond the challenges, beyond the situation that is so complex and that we have to assume, we have to take care of this with a sense of urgency. This continues to be something that we have to look into. Thank you, Rafael Martin. Almost you're closing. I don't want to repeat what has been said. And the opportunities are huge for this leap in productivity. And this is very difficult. With respect to threats, also the same. The main threat is that we currently have, if we can't connect, if we can't achieve universal access, we're going to continue having economy that are in two speeds. In a sector that is modern, digitization, high productivity, and another sector that with this infrastructure services, when it's not part of these services, it cannot have that improvement in the connectivity and productivity. And of course, it's not just about the service coverage, also to be able to have access to digital skills, joining the challenges like cybersecurity, using more people, more intensive, more time. In these technologies, of course, this increases risks and challenges in cybersecurity, and the debates throughout the world with respect to the safeguarding and the protection of personal data, the need of setting some ethical standards in the AI. These are the biggest, and not so much threats, but challenges that we have before us. Thank you, everyone. This has been a wonderful panel. It's a shame not to have more time with you, but I'm going to be talking with the production team because they did not allow me with more time to talk to you. Pau Bonilla, a wonderful regulator, Julissa Cruz, Lucas, one of the leaders in the private and digital sector, David Cox, the main leader in the industry in the Caribbean. And we have also, all these regulators, everybody that have been talking in the Innovation Day today. Today, we're dedicated to the economic recovery in Latin America, but also the privilege to be able to enable the basic rights through the internet, through information technology and telecommunication services. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation with your dialogue. We're going to continue live, completely live, and we have Boston Consulting Group about digital economy with Hunter Williamson, Global VP of Public Topics in this area. You have the floor, Andrew.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Andrew Williamson and I'm Vice President of Government Affairs and Economic Advisor at Huawei Technologies. It is my distinct pleasure to talk to you today. In the following presentation, I would like to take the opportunity to share with you some of the key findings of an extensive research study we completed very recently with the world-leading Boston Consultancy Group on the digital economy for the world's leading countries, including Brazil and Mexico. But to begin and provide context, during his recent speech, Chi Lu, technology industry veteran and visionary, described how our global society was on the cusp of a truly revolutionary new era. In the agricultural age, output efficiency was constrained by land resources. In the industrial age, the division and specialization of labor and new energy inputs led to increasing returns to scale. In the information age, these returns have accelerated further. In the data-driven era, The key drivers are expected to be a partnership between technology companies in the private sector and government as we enter the fourth industrial revolution, and the usage of new general-purpose technologies such as 5G, AI, cloud computing, and the Internet of Things. This is not just theoretical or hypothetical. The data show that the digital economy has been growing consistently faster than the traditional economy for a number of years now. The COVID-19 pandemic has greatly accelerated this digital transition. For many small and medium-sized businesses, it was go digital or go dark during the pandemic. One of the best studies to date by the International Telecommunications Union also proves empirically the importance of increasing mobile and fixed broadband access to citizens and businesses. The ITU find that a 10% increase in mobile broadband penetration across the country led to a permanent boost in GDP of 1.5% between 2007 and 2019. The impact was even more pronounced for developing countries. New technologies like 5G, AI, and the Internet of Things are also forecast by experts to provide sizable contributions to GDP this decade. 15% for AI and 12 to 15% for the Internet of Things. The digital economy is also evolving rapidly. This chart illustrates the shift that digitalization is making as it increasingly impacts on many aspects of the economy. We are most familiar with the core definition, or the digital sector, that prevailed arguably until the mid-2000s. This included hardware manufacturing, software, information services and telecommunications. From the mid-2000s, we have become aware of the evolution to Internet 2.0, which we call the digital economy or narrow definition, through the proliferation of digital platforms, mobile apps, and digital payment services. The digital economy incorporates all economic activity that is reliant upon or significantly enhanced by the use of digital inputs, including digital technologies, digital infrastructure, digital services, and data. It refers to all producers and consumers, including government, that are utilizing these digital inputs in their economic activities. This decade will witness a further, more fundamental expansion to the fully digitalized economy. It will be driven by new general-purpose technologies such as 5G, the Internet of Things, AI, and cloud computing. This broad definition sees almost all economic sectors go through digital transformation, so that it becomes ubiquitous, akin to the process of electrification and the internal combustion engine 100 years ago, and as impactful. Additionally, whereas the core and narrow definitions came to be captured value-wise by giant technology firms, we expect the digitalized economy to afford many more potential opportunities for value to be captured domestically, as digital tools can be utilized and productivity enhanced by local firms rather than just foreign internet platforms. The data also suggest a strong correlation between economic growth and the different definitions of core, narrow, and broad digital economy, as you can see from these charts. We have measured these across ICT sector value added for core, B2C e-commerce for narrow, and a proxy indicator for the broad definition of IT expenditure on software and data centers. Moreover, the correlations mostly hold for both advanced economies and developing economies and over time. The COVID-19 pandemic has accentuated the need for reliable, affordable broadband. Of that, there seems to be little doubt. For many households during lockdowns and social distancing mandates, it has been the only way that many people could continue to work, study, shop, bank, be entertained, and access government healthcare information. The data since early 2020 also point to a step change in our increased reliance on digital infrastructure and the digital economy. According to the Global Entertainment and Media Outlook 2021 to 2025, for example, some telecom operators are reportedly carrying up to 60% more data on their networks than they did before the pandemic. Some forward-thinking governments do not need further convincing. They have made a proactive commitment to investment in digitalization, an essential part of their national economic recovery and driver of long-term total factor productivity growth. For example, China's new infrastructure plan will invest an estimated $2.6 trillion over 5 years to start new infrastructure construction. 7 major industries will be targeted. These include 5G, AI, big data centers, the industrial internet, intercity high-speed rail, charging piles, and ultra-high voltage construction. The European Union's Next Generation EU plan proposes the creation of a €750 billion fund, 20% of it which will be targeted solely on digital infrastructure and digital ecosystems. Germany's invested €5 billion to set up MIG, a state-owned enterprise for 5G white zones. South Korea's new digital deal is perhaps the most ambitious proportionately to date. It's a real bet that the future is digital, and a plan that will take the country from digital follower to global leader. The government is committed to investing in 10 sunrise industries, including 5G, AI, and smart healthcare. South Africa undertook a number of initiatives to maximize the ease of spectrum use and ease digital connectivity constraints during the pandemic. It also has big plans to upgrade national infrastructure. Brazil likewise did much to help support telecom companies and encourage connectivity in rural areas during the pandemic, and will continue to support the sector in its Reboot for the Economy program. And finally, Thailand has undertaken other types of measures to boost digital connectivity, including subsidizing mobile broadband subscription plans and customer speeds. The case for a digitally driven economic recovery is therefore compelling, and we believe that government has a more important role to play than in previous economic revolutions to help support and shape the digital journey, where social returns will be well in excess of private returns. But how can governments put in place the best policy and business environments to maximize these digital dividends? For our collaboration with Boston Consultancy Group, we agreed on the following fundamental relationship. That is that adoption leads to innovation, which further drives adoption, which further drives innovation in an upward virtuous circle for the digital economy. There are 2 crucial tools: promoting universal penetration of digital technologies and improving innovation quality of new digital technologies. Adoption is simply the use of digital technologies. Here, scale determines potential, the size of the consumer market and the structure and profile of the economic sectors in a country that can use digital transformations. High-quality digital infrastructure is the prerequisite. Innovation is the creation of digital technologies and solutions for domestic consumption, but also for exporting potential. R&D origination and technological transformation is core and requires favourable conditions to promote innovation-friendly environments and startups. Our conceptualised research framework is displayed here. At the base is a proactive government that can support, nurture and accelerate digital economic development and international competitiveness, especially in the crucial broad definition of the digital economy. These government actions impact the market economy, influencing its effectiveness to encourage adoption and attract the required private sector investment into digital infrastructure and other aspects of digital adoption such as cloud computing, the algorithmic economy, and the Internet of Things. This leads to crucial innovation and productivity enhancement, further boosted by government efforts to encourage and support research and development and collaboration between academia and the private sector. This then supports digital transformation by improving and broadening the reach of digital tools and solutions, which also leads to the extension of digital transformation to increasingly more traditional economic sectors. In summary, support an effective market, push digital adoption and innovation, and drive sustainable overall economic development through a proactive government. The digital economy is, of course, very broad. Indeed, digitalization is already impacting many economic sectors, many of our jobs, and even our social lives and education. After an in-depth literature review and using Boston Consultancy Group's extensive knowledge on company and country digital transformations, we arrived at the following framework for our research program on the current challenges and opportunities facing digital economic development across countries. In summary, sweeping from left to right is the simple but proven relationship that digital adoption leads to digital innovation. 9 interacting drivers influence the speed and magnitude of this process. First of all, at the start, it's all about infrastructure. The more of and the higher the quality of digital infrastructure, the greater the connectivity and national adoption and use. Secondly, small and medium-sized adoption of digital platforms and solutions is required for full adoption, not just big companies. SMEs are a crucial part of the digital economic journey for countries, which will be dependent on number 3, talent, consumer, and employee digital skills and digital awareness. Number 4 is then about funding. How easy is it for businesses to get credit and loans to undertake digital transformation? Number 5 is about the regulatory environment. How conducive is it for businesses, internet platforms and universities to innovate, work with the private sector and produce unicorn companies? Which leads to number 6, to further issues relating to the overall quality of the innovation ecosystem in a country. The last 3, 7, 8 and 9 are directly related to government activities and actions to help support domestic digital adoption and innovation that can directly influence digital economic development and competitiveness. We evaluated all the countries in our study, including Brazil and Mexico, across these 9 dimensions to better understand their individual challenges and opportunities and lessons for all countries on their national digital journey. There is a lot more to discuss about our Digital Nations research project on Brazil and Mexico, but in the interest of time, I will concentrate on some of the more interesting findings and overall recommendations. This chart illustrates the state of the first key stage, digital adoption in Brazil. The good news is that internet usage and access has increased significantly in Brazil over the period 2010 to 2019, by 71% in fact. It ranks relatively highly against other peer countries, but still below the likes of Argentina, Russia and Chile. But with around 30% of the population still excluded, there is still ample room to close the digital divide and tackle the remaining obstacles to that. It is clear that much of the digital divide points to other commonly seen issues across countries. An especially high 98% of highly educated people in Brazil use the internet, but only 21% with little or no education. Urban usage is much higher than rural, and there is also a significant difference in terms of internet usage across income groups. We also utilised a survey by Boston Consultancy Group across 1,775 manufacturing executives in 12 countries and saw overall increased adoption of advanced technology in manufacturing over the last decade. But the race is competitive across countries in digital transformation. You have to keep adopting just to stand still. The good news again, however, is that Brazil still remains in the top 10 countries of the survey covered by BCG, but this will become increasingly challenging to maintain that top 10 position. The BCG research also tried to ascertain what the main obstacles were to Brazil's business community in adopting digital technologies for Industry 4.0 transformations by asking those same manufacturing executives. The main issues are shown on screen. The most frequently mentioned obstacle, reported by 36% of businesses, expressed concerns over current gaps in skills and capabilities. In second place were obstacles from insufficient digital connectivity in terms of speed and quality. In third place is the absence of suitable Internet of Things platforms to work and experiment with. In fourth place were issues pertaining to data security. And in fifth place, a lack of understanding over appropriate internal governance and processes suitable for digital industrialization. Now to our main observations for another major economy in the region, Mexico. The good news is that Mexican consumers spend on average more online than those in most other major Latin American countries. According to the OECD, its average revenue per user is ahead of everyone else in the region, bar Chile. It also seems to be on a similar growth trajectory of e-commerce leaders such as China, more so than other Latin American countries. This is despite having a lower e-commerce penetration rate as a share of overall retail sales. There is therefore upside potential here given relatively high levels of urbanisation if improved digital infrastructure, including both broadband connectivity and cloud computing, can lead to greater e-commerce adoption. As an example, rural e-commerce is taking off in China due to universal coverage of internet and developed logistics, resulting in its e-commerce penetration rate being higher than its urbanization rate. It could be possible for Mexico to learn lessons from this. A more worrying concern from the data for Mexico is that its absolute increases in average revenue per user for e-commerce and its e-commerce penetration rate have increased at a smaller pace than other regional competitors in recent years. In Mexico, it is estimated that there are around 4 million small, medium-sized enterprises, of which 97.4% are micro-enterprises. However, they represent only 12.4% of total gross production. Indeed, according to the OECD again, Mexico has the widest labour productivity gap between SMEs and large firms across all of the OECD countries. The productivity gap between small enterprises of up to 50 employees and large firms is particularly big. Bridging this productivity divide therefore holds a key to permanently boosting wider economic growth and reducing income inequalities in Mexico and the broader region. One of the best ways to boost overall labour productivity potential in SMEs could be through digital transformation. Digitalisation can be a game changer for SMEs, introducing smart contracts and automating many back office functions. It can, for example, reduce late payments and improve business cash flow. Going online and trading across borders can also allow SMEs to reach a similar number of customers as larger rivals. Additionally, the COVID-19 pandemic has only accentuated the need to go digital for many small businesses to foster resilience, or even to continue trading and survive. SMEs that have digitalised are more likely to have found new business opportunities during the pandemic, double the rate of the least digitalised, according to a study by Vodafone. Other reports have shown how digitalisation has built long-term business resilience, increasing earnings before interest and tax by between 12 and 20% in the first year, and increasing speed to market by between 40 and 50% on average. The BCG research highlights that while micro and small business owners have become more tech-savvy, business functions remain mostly manual. And while the vast majority of large businesses in Mexico are using online tools such as banking, government services and search, there is still a lot of room for improvement for small and micro businesses. The biggest problem currently lies with e-commerce, with only a quarter of large and medium-sized businesses selling their products and services online. Even fewer small and micro enterprises are taking advantage of e-commerce opportunities, which could greatly enhance their supply chain and operational efficiencies and allow them to reach more potential customers. There's much more information and analysis in our research, which we'd be happy to share. But in summary, the research project concludes with the following set of immediate priorities and recommendations for the governments of Brazil and Mexico. Number one, close the digital divide. Improve inclusivity. This could be done by supporting online courses to the broader population on internet safety, online banking, e-commerce, and access to digital government services. Seek out other knowledge gaps and close them. Number two, foster digital use among enterprises, especially SMEs. This could be done by introducing incentives for firms to use online services, for example, reduced fees via e-platforms. Strengthen innovation hubs for experimentation and technological transfer to SMEs. Provide improved digital startup schemes. Number three, push ahead with the digital transformation of the government. This can be a very useful way of nurturing local digital ecosystems. Promote data sharing and interoperability among public agencies. Number four, expand quality network coverage to rural and remote areas. Explore regulatory mechanisms to incentivize operators to expand coverage on a commercial and market-led basis. Consider public interventions when needed, especially for rural connectivity gaps. Number five, gaps in digital human capital and skills. Increase knowledge transfer between business and academia. Number six, and finally, limited volume of funding in digital initiatives. Strengthen opportunities for public-private partnerships to alleviate the financial burdens for the public sector. More broadly, across the 21 countries that were the focus of our research, we observed 9 common challenges in the development of the digital economy, especially in developing countries. By extension, they are likely to be those key challenges also faced by the countries of the Latin American and Caribbean region. The first group are based on issues relating to adoption, challenges in improving application of digital technologies. These are, number one, infrastructure, limitations in current digital infrastructure in terms of coverage, performance or affordability of fixed or mobile broadband. Number two, again, is about SME adoption, insufficient support for encouraging and supporting digital adoption. The second group are based on issues relating to innovation, challenges in improving creation of digital technologies. These are talent. Across the countries, we found very frequently insufficient, highly productive local talent pools were impeding the growth of digital economies, with advanced digital skills due to insufficient pushes in technology upgrading, education reforms, or incentives to retain talents locally. Then it's about funding not being sufficiently attractive to venture capitalists due to small addressable markets or poor general business environments or lack of government funding. Then it's about regulation, monopolies or oligopolies, or strongly entrenched incumbent firms stifle market competition for new startups and digitally driven entrants. Next one's about the innovation environment, a lack of an atmosphere, a culture or collaborative mechanism conducive to entrepreneurship, such as an innovation hub that fosters technological entrepreneurship. The final and third group relate to challenges in overall governance and the vital role for governments to play in national digital transformation. These are e-government. E-government development is lagging in many countries behind due to a lack of talent, funding, or thinking out of the box. Strategic planning, digital strategic plans are visionary or short-term driven only, or rather fragmented, without a clear long-term overall design, clear milestones or quantifiable KPIs. And finally, number 9, government organisation. There is a limited capacity to put digital strategies into practice at central and local government level. A major root cause commonly observed is the lack of a truly powerful, dedicated top-level government digital economy organisation or collaborative mechanism to mobilise cross-functional resources and policy instruments. Moreover, our research was able to identify across the 21 countries the frequency with which each of these 9 issues appeared as the most acute problems facing each country. As you can see in the table here. It is of interest to note that adoption still remains the top main area of challenge for countries in their digital journeys. Limited infrastructure in terms of coverage, performance, or affordability of fixed or mobile broadband. And again, SME adoption, insufficient support for driving business adoption, especially the digitalization of those smaller firms. But talent remains the most common obstacle that we observed across the countries of the study. Lack of highly productive local talents with advanced digital skills due to insufficient push in technology upgrading, education reform, or incentives to retain talents. These 3 challenge areas were by far the most commonly identified as problem areas across countries. For any government, stretched as they are for resources and competing priorities, we strongly suggest that focusing on these 3 areas first can go a long way to boosting further beneficial innovation, supported by enlightened governance. A final key finding from the research is the importance of market scale and access for national digital economies to overseas markets. This chart depicts a proxy measure of innovation, Boston Consultancy Group's Innovation Index, against a log scale of different countries and regions' nominal GDP. There appears from the data to be a strong correlation between digital innovation capacity and domestic market size. This increases exponentially. It is perhaps no surprise then that the leaders of our Innovation Index are the United States and China, the preeminent current leaders of the global digital economy on many measures such as size and revenues of their largest technology companies, as well as a number of unicorns, venture capital funding and trailblazers in terms of e-commerce adoption, AI, and industry digitalization. Our cutoff point extends back to countries like South Korea, but the size of mid-sized countries' domestic populations and economies acts as a constraint to the success of their digital economic development. But operating across a single digital market, such as the European Union are pursuing, and could be done across regions such as Latin America and the Caribbean, could be a way to rapidly create sufficient market scale to emulate the Chinas and Americas of this world. These larger addressable markets in the Latin America region would allow domestically created startups and e-commerce platforms to build sufficient scale that they could go more capably against the existing internet giants and go global, or better fend off incursions into home markets, as well as retaining local talent and encouraging inward investment to propel their growth into unicorn companies and beyond. Thank you very much for listening. I hope this information was insightful, and I wish you a very productive forum.
Gracias, muchas gracias. Continuamos en el Digital Innovation Day. Este es el espacio para hablar de política digital y esta herramienta de política pública para la recuperación económica y habilitar derechos fundamentales. Hemos tenido una gran jornada en este primer día. Es un evento, como saben, coordinado entre tres instituciones fundamentales, la Secretaría General Iberoamericana, la CEGIP. Tuvimos a Enrique Vargas al frente de la inauguración el día de hoy, la Comisión Económica para América Latina, la CEPAL, donde Mario Cimoli hizo una espléndida convocatoria para reactivar la economía a partir de las tecnologías de la información y la política digital, las telecomunicaciones, los servicios de telecomunicaciones y Huawei, que ha permitido que esto suceda, este debate y este encuentro entre pensadores, autoridades y reguladores digitales en este primer día de jornada. A continuación vamos a dar el cierre al primer día y tiene que ver con lo importante, con las conclusiones y con una revisión de los principales mensajes. Para ello quiero invitar a mi querido amigo César Funes, quien es vicepresidente de Relaciones Públicas para América Latina de Huawei. César, la pantalla es tuya, adelante.
Muchas gracias, Jorge. En efecto, hemos llegado ya al final de este primer día del Digital Innovation Day 2021. Y reitero el agradecimiento a la Secretaría General Iberoamericana en la voz de Enrique Vargas. Un agradecimiento muy especial a la maestra Tatiana Cloutier, secretaria de Economía de México, al señor Mario Cimoli, secretario general adjunto de la CEPAL, y también a Diana Castellanos en representación del ministro Mario Chiriboga de Educación de Ecuador. También, por supuesto, a Lucrecia Cardoso, secretaria de Desarrollo Cultural de Argentina. Por supuesto que también agradecer a los panelistas quienes compartieron su visión y opiniones sobre políticas públicas innovadoras para fortalecer las estrategias que aporten al desarrollo de una agenda digital nacional. La innovación está en nuestros genes en Huawei. Recientemente, durante el Huawei Connect, presentamos innovaciones revolucionarias en varios dominios, brindando un primer vistazo al amplio espectro de la infraestructura digital, destacando cómo nuestros productos y soluciones están configurados para dar forma a la infraestructura digital necesaria de la próxima década. Huawei es uno de los principales creadores de infraestructura digital en el mundo y se dedica a construir un mundo totalmente conectado e inteligente. La infraestructura ha sido vital durante todas las etapas del desarrollo humano. El mundo inteligente se acerca rápidamente y la infraestructura es la clave para construir este mundo inteligente. El mundo ahora enfrenta desafíos sin precedentes, por lo que en Huawei seguiremos enfocados y centrados en las necesidades de los usuarios y los clientes y comprometidos con la innovación. Por otro lado, en nuestro informe reciente del Intelligent World 2030, observamos que las conexiones globales superarán los 200,000 millones de dispositivos conectados. Los datos mensuales por usuario celular crecerán 40 veces hasta alcanzar 60 gigabytes. Y el volumen de computación general en todo el mundo se multiplicará por 10, llegando a generar datos de 1 yottabyte, quizá un número que no habíamos escuchado hasta ahora. 10 a la 24. Todo esto crea una imagen de nuevos desafíos y oportunidades para el sector de la infraestructura digital para los próximos 10, 15 o 20 años. Todos y cada uno de los empleados de investigación y desarrollo de Huawei viven y respiran la innovación. No importa lo que se nos presente, la innovación se mantendrá constante. Nuestra innovación en infraestructura digital se centra en avances teóricos, algoritmos básicos, una plétora de tecnología, arquitectura técnica, arquitectura de producto, ritmo y dirección de la industria y la creación de la industria misma. Huawei seguirá comprometido con la innovación de la infraestructura digital, creando valor para los clientes y socios de manera continua y trabajará sin descanso para construir un mundo inteligente y completamente conectado. También hemos escuchado el resultado de estudios recientemente hechos para más de 20 países, en donde se describieron 9 principales desafíos comunes en el desarrollo de la economía digital, especialmente dedicado a los países en desarrollo, incluyendo, entre otros, la infraestructura, la adopción en las pymes, el desarrollo de talento, el financiamiento, la regulación en general, un ambiente de innovación, el gobierno digital, la planificación estratégica y, por supuesto, el involucramiento directo de la organización gubernamental, destacando dentro de estos 3 más importantes dentro del gran número de países: el desarrollo de talento, la inclusión de las pymes y el desarrollo de infraestructura digital. La capacidad de innovación digital está relacionada exponencialmente con el poder económico general de un país. Una vez que la fortaleza económica se ha elevado a un cierto nivel, el desempeño de la innovación también forma una barrera para no ampliar la brecha con los más rezagados. Cada país se debe comparar con países similares para identificar metas realistas. Huawei ayuda a construir la infraestructura digital en esta región y proporciona tecnologías, por ejemplo, de nube o de inteligencia artificial para impulsar el desarrollo de la industria de la innovación. Hemos echado raíces en esta tierra de pasión, vitalidad y creatividad durante los últimos 23 años y nos hemos convertido en un socio digital de confianza. Muchas gracias a todos por su atención y los esperamos mañana para escuchar la visión de las autoridades, expertos de la industria y particularmente los proveedores de servicio en relación al proceso de transformación digital de las diferentes verticales e industrias en Latinoamérica y el Caribe. Muy buenas tardes.